stopping him, dude. There's no stopping him. He's not banned from shit. He's not nothing, dude. And you know what, dude? When he splits from Vox, bro, like, I don't know, dude. He might actually fucking go back to YouTube. And who knows, man?
I
I
don't
think
know
he will
how.
point, bro. Banned from shit. He's not.
I don't know how he can go back to YouTube though, guys.
He can listen, dude. He can lie like he does about everything. He will make up a story, and he will say that it's Coddington's channel or it's his wife's
Yeah,
channel
bro.
or
Little Bear runs
something. He'll fucking lie.
his streams. So it's like Owen, right? I mean, it's Oil Bear, but like, if you stream his stream while he's streaming, how's that different than Owen just streaming on fucking YouTube under somebody else's name? I mean,
It
Medicare did that. Fucking yeah. On
it
what was it? Whose fucking channel was that? I don't
Well, Rabbi Eldritchstein does used to do that. Um,
it's
know
pretty
who the
damn
fuck that is.
it's pretty damn retarded that he can get up back on YouTube, but Alex Jones can't.
Well, that's because Alex
listen,
Jones is really man.
Alex Jones is a fucking real mover. Alex Jones is a real influencer.
Yeah, I know,
Alex,
but I'm just saying Alex deserves a YouTube channel over Owen. So
I think they both deserve a YouTube channel. To be honest with you, I never wanted Owen like necessarily off of YouTube. I mean, I guess I did in the sense that I wanted Owen off compared to the way they were kicking other people off, and for reasons they were kicking other people off. Like that was definitely bullshit. But
it
I
I'll be
never
honest.
wanted
I'm not going
anybody.
to be happy. Is stuck talking to himself on his fucking farm.
Yeah, no, for sure. I
Hey,
want him off the internet. I
that's,
don't want him off
that's,
the YouTube.
that's his name. And I find him to be a dangerous fucking human being because of his lies.
you and I,
Yep.
He's a
you and
cult
I
leader, man.
you and
Cult
I
leader. Let's fucking. I mean, he's a cult leader, right? He's got his fucking people
Yep.
to drink fucking poison.
if it hadn't been for what happened to you guys 2 years ago, I would say fine, let him be on. But once he started like, calling for violence and shit, that was where I that was where I drew the line. So
Yeah, no, my point was
Well,
though,
we've
I mean,
seen a
I
very
never
different
wanted him.
side of Owen than most people. I'm sorry.
um,
Go on.
No, I was just gonna say my point was like I never wanted Owen off of YouTube any more than I wanted anybody else off of YouTube. Like I want Owen off the internet because Owen needs to be off the internet, not because YouTube wants him off the internet. Because Owen needs to be fucking shamed and exercised from the fucking internet. It's not because copyrights and all this other stupid fucking hate speech and all the other bullshit. That's not my point. Owen, again, I'm a firm believer in free speech and the free market of free speech. So good ideas will beat bad ideas every time. So when you give people the ability, I don't know. I forget where I was going, dude. I'm stoned as fuck. Sorry. The sound of that guitar in the background and my guitar looking at me from across the room is distracting me. What else we got? What else we gonna talk about?
I don't necessarily always think that good ideas beat bad ideas. It depends because you see, like some people have a bigger audience. It's
That's true.
just the way it
I mean,
is. And Owen realizes this as well when he had fucking when he had Alex Jones attack him and he had Rogan talk about him. Anytime he has somebody bigger than him talk about him, he's like, they have a giant platform and I have nowhere. I'm not even on that platform. It's
right.
like, bitch, me, motherfucker. Take a look at all these fucking people you talk shit about. that are your ex-Bear people, like Color and fucking Upper Bear and Base Texan, and God, I fucking hate sticking up for him. It's like um, same damn
I
thing.
mean, I think you're right. I mean, I guess good ideas don't always beat bad ideas because some people are stupid. Some
Yeah,
people are more easily misled, and some people, like Owen, are better at manipulating people than others. You know what I mean? So even bad ideas can be masked as good ideas, but that's why I think the people like us, the people like Johnny Arcade and Milker Nation, who have done the work to point this shit out. In these people are important. That's why I think, when I get strikes or when Alan Powell gets removed or Johnny Arcade fucking can't upload for posting clips of Owen, but Owen used to just sit there untouched. And again, I still think that he has the ability to be on YouTube. I don't think he's fully removed any more than I think he's actually fucking drinking turpentine. But I think that I think I'm really stoned, and I forgot what I was saying again.
about being
Are
allowed to
you?
be on YouTube.
Oh,
Am I what?
yeah, no. Oh, right. Just the freedom of ideas, dude. Like, I think that I still don't think he was removed from YouTube. So, like, the people that trying to point him out being punished for the things that he says while he does not is a problem. But I don't think anybody should be punished. Again, if it were just free reign, Owen could say, "Wow, wow, okay, hold on, get it, fuck's sake." I mean, I guess you're right. I don't really know how to defend it, dude. Because like, when people can lie on the internet, there's really no way for people smaller than those people to denounce it. Like, people have to be willing to look for the truth, and if people are blinded by those lies, like, again, people like Slattery, who just fucking hit the ban anytime someone asks him a question he doesn't like,
I mean,
regarding
even for
Owen or his belief.
what if let's say you were let's say Owen was the type of guy, just hypothetically, that would build an army to go strike channels for him that he didn't like.
Right.
And they wouldn't do that, would they?
No, of course not.
It's
No, they would never
essentially
do that.
silencing anybody who fucking speaks out against him. And then he slanders you.
Right.
Right? I mean, I can't tell you how many people have put their lives into that stupid cult. Like, I've spoken to a lot of fucking ex-bears, and like a lot of them, dude, like seriously based their fucking lives around it, dude, and then they woke the fuck up.
Yeah. Yep.
And whew, boy, he's I don't know, bro. He's just I see him as dangerous. I don't think that he should have a platform personally, but I mean, generally that's just you know I see him as a dangerous person who's out to hurt a lot of people based on his own lies he's told himself in order to make himself feel okay about the situation that he's put himself in. It's a really weird thing, but yeah,
No, dude, I don't actually disagree with you, but I think like the point more that
like
I
I
was
don't
trying to make
generally
is
agree with
like,
deplatforming like that, but for
mm-hmm.
me and him, it's different. For me and
I
him,
think,
it's different.
listen,
But again, I like see him for what he fucking is, and most people out there don't know Owen like we know Owen. You know, they just don't. They haven't paid that much attention to see what he's actually capable of fucking doing. But
I 100% agree with you. That's why I fucking used to sit through the streams and make those stupid clips, man. And why,
yeah,
because I found it very easy as a former fan to get lost in the 2 minutes of the most fucking like pointed, like vitriolic direction, like do this, or these people hate me, or these people are out to get me. I don't know, like just the shit that he would say. I mean, I find one of the arguments that I use against these just repetitive fares that end up in my comments. Why are you so obsessed with Owen? Well, my YouTube channel does one thing, for one thing. But second of all, what I do is no different than what Vox did with his Jordan Peterson 12 Rules for Life series, only on a grander scale. Because I debunk Owen's 100,000 fake and interchangeable rules for life. That's what my channel has done. Like, he says this day, but he said this, the other day. Like, Vox does the same shit with the Jordan Peterson stuff, except it's more obviously it's more pointed because it's a it's a book. He can go through and dissect a written word as opposed to Owen's ebb and flow of whatever the fuck he feels that day and how he chooses to spin it. Is Hefe still
I don't
here?
think Box is dumb, dude. Like, I mean, I don't think he's. I think he's kind of dumb, but like, I don't know, dude. Has he gotten stupider since he's been dealing with Owen? Is it
Yes.
just that he's running
Yes.
like
I think Owen
the
has fucking
scam into
doled
the
him
fucking
for sure.
ground?
I think Owen has doled him for sure. Because I used to watch Fox as well, and he was dry as fuck. But like, he had salient points that he used to make amongst. I mean, I guess Owen does the same thing, but I really do feel that Vox is Vox needs a small audience, and the bigger his audience gets, the worse it's going to be for him. Because I do think he's smart. He's just not socially smart. My stepdad used to be the same way when I was growing up. He was a fucking nuclear engineer. He worked on cyclotrons and shit. But the dude,
Cyclotrons? What the fuck is a cyclotron?
those are the things that like would separate particles. Like the Hadron Collider is a cyclotron over in Sweden. That's the world's
Wow.
largest cyclotron, but they fucking smash particles together. So yeah, he built these, and he built them from scratch. He's a very smart man, but he was fucking stupid, dude. I hated being in public with him. We used to go to the bar together, and he would say the most awkward, I mean fucking awkward shit to women and men, but especially women, because even though he was married to my mother, he would say weird shit. I don't know, just socially awkward as fuck. He wasn't a wizard, but he was smart as fuck. But if you met him in public and you talked to him about just a normal thing that most people would talk about, the weather or traffic, he would sound like a fucking retard.
Hey guys,
Uh,
Semper's in the chat. He just joined us too. So
What's up, Semper?
Hello, Semper.
Wait, Semper Reloaded?
yep, the one and only. So
Welcome, Semper. I actually wanted to talk to you, friend.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
I can hear you.
I'm trying to see which mic it's using. Hold on.
Holy shit, he's in the actual call, not in the chat.
Yeah, no. That's what I was saying.
You said in the chat. I'm thinking like the YouTube chat.
Oh yeah. Oh, also, sorry. I've been talking for like the last 10 minutes, but my mic was muted, so you didn't hear a word I said.
Listen, Sammy, you didn't have to say that. Oh wait, maybe you did because you're probably on camera talking to and making no noise.
Yeah,
Johnny, are you playing guitar
Yeah.
or are you listening to something?
I'm both.
Okay. Oh,
You
okay.
hear me playing, and you hear me listening, and I'm talking
Okay.
to you.
Okay, I think it's set up. Did I hear somebody say X Bear?
I said
yeah.
sexy,
Yeah.
Bear.
What's going on? Hey Sam, I'm sorry I streamed
up,
over
man?
you, dude.
No problem. So
This is the internet, man. Come on.
Yeah.
Shit happens.
You'd be surprised how much shit I've got in the past for accidentally streaming over somebody I didn't even know their stream was running.
I get shit for streaming over ROTC all the time, but I don't care. They're big boys. So.
So I was listening to some of the stuff you were saying ahead of time, Johnny, in regards to the whole Vox and Owen stuff and the platform and stuff like that. And I don't necessarily disagree
Sexy
with
Bears?
a lot of the things. Yep.
You don't necessarily disagree with a lot of the things. Tell me what you do disagree with.
Well, I mean, if we're gonna talk about disagree, it's mostly minor disagreements. It's just I look at certain things from the standpoint of take for example the phrase that that a lot of people take issue with what is it? I may be wrong, but I'm not lying.
Yeah.
I don't see that as an excuse to be able to lie. I see that as a justification to be able to be wrong and be assured in your wrongness and treat people like absolute dog shit because
Yeah, it's
you
used to be
think they're wrong. And then when you find out you're wrong, you don't necessarily say as emphatically that you were wrong as you did when you were saying you were right.
Oh,
yeah.
No, Owen has said very
No, I
clearly
agree
that nobody. You don't need to forgive. You don't need to forgive anybody. Why would you forgive? Forgiveness is for the weak.
Yeah.
No. I totally agree with you. It's an excuse for ignorance. And if you go back and you watch the I think it's called In Defense of a Friend or A Friend in Need or something like that about Nimmer. He goes, and all this stuff, I actually believe it. It's like, okay.
Well, and see, here's what I would say about the Nimmer thing, because we do have a slight disagreement on the Nimmer thing too. But in my disagreement, it actually bodes worse for Owen than you thinking he lied. I think that he just doesn't give a shit about anyone but himself and his family. And so when you guys were telling him over and over and over that Nimmer's full of shit and that he's lying, he didn't even hear you. That is how worthless you were to him. That was how worthless your input was. And so you can see it on his streams currently. Somebody goes, hey, I don't think you're right about this. Yeah, well, you're fucking stupid. Banned.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right.
No, I
Exactly.
completely agree with you on that too. I got messages from him to John that flat out say, you know what, bro, if you're gonna pick on Nimmer and Delev, and Bob, then I don't want you around as a fan. You can go. I don't need you. I don't want you. And it's like, well, okay, fine then. And that's when, like, it all just became like a fucking meme war at that point with the Bears. It was like, it wasn't even trying to wake Owen up anymore. It was like, fuck you guys, dude, for, and it takes a while for people to realize what you just said is that Owen doesn't give a fuck, and he's not gonna change. Like people leave the Bears and they're like, oh, it's gonna be all right. He can change. We can change him. It's like, no, you're not gonna wake him up unless you
Nope.
call him a faggot 1,000 times and you dig into his past. You're not gonna make a difference.
Yeah, but
Like that's
even
why he
then,
quit drinking. Because he was everybody was on him.
him up on
Uh-oh.
the situation.
Oh, you broke up real bad for me.
Good. No, I have my theories on why he quit drinking, but I won't say those publicly because I don't have any proof for it. But in regards to, I'll give you a perfect example of how he quote unquote wakes up. So he woke up to, and this is the infamous word that everybody just goes, oh, anytime you say it, but he woke up to the gummies.
Yeah.
When he came after the gummies, he honestly, truly believed that somebody had tried to poison people. And everybody's like, wait a minute, whoa. No, because Nimmer ate some of it and Artleen ate some of it. No. There's no way he had to. No, you don't understand. He didn't give a fuck about Artleen, and ultimately he didn't give a fuck about Nimmer. So Nimmer may have said, I ate it, but that doesn't mean Owen listened to him say that.
Yeah.
And so when he got that that DM or that email or wherever he got that information, all he saw was somebody saying this is what happened, and he acted the way he does, which is viscerally, right? And so he comes out and he says and does all that stuff. Probably, made a phone call or two to the police. They investigated it and said this thing never happened. And he went, oh shit. Oops.
Mm-hmm.
And then he made a about 5-second statement to where he said, and I learned that the person sending me the message was the troll, and that was it. And then it's memory hold from that point on. And nobody ever remembers it and nobody ever talks about it. And that's why you hear Nathaniel saying people threatened his family. But you're the one, you and Alan are the one that told me the police never called me. The police never talked to me. The police were never involved. So the police were never involved with Alan's funny video. Or at least that was his intent at the time, was to make a hilarious video where he made 5 right-hand turns while he was talking about it.
Oh my God, it was so funny.
So even at the time as a bear, I was looking at it going, that dude's making right-hand turns. Like, why are you freaking out about this? And then
he says right in the video, I'm not going to hurt Owen, but Owen cut it off right before that.
So that I think there's a component of Owen based on the fact that he was in, media for as long as he was, as far as, whether it's B-list or D-list or whatever celebrity. The reality is that people have literally died from stalkers and threats in that area. So if you live in that space long enough, then your mindset changes a little bit from normal people. So I can understand why he wouldn't take what Alan did as a joke, or he wouldn't take what you did as a joke. But there is a point where you have to realize that your perception may be fucked.
Like, here's the thing. I didn't do anything. Like, I didn't. Yeah. But here's where it blew out of proportion. Was his fans who were covering Nimmer shit were lying about all of the DZ, Coddington, Base Texan, all these guys were lying about us through their teeth, saying we were fucking bad people.
You remember the first time? You remember the first time I met you, Johnny?
Doubtful, no.
Okay, I did a video. No. I did a video on.
I probably sounds very nice.
No, it was awful. No, I did a video on a guy who wrote Owen a letter talking about wanting to commit suicide because of spine pain, right? And I had spine surgery in 2010. So I went through all of the same feelings that this guy was going through prior to that. And so Owen read this letter on his stream because, again, 50% of Owen is somewhat truth and genuine, and then the other 15% or 50% is either flat out false or him just giving in to, you know, his anger issues. And so that was part of the 50%. He was like, dude, I don't know what to tell you. And I was like, I got this. So I did the best stream I've ever done in my life. I did for this guy. Well, I clipped that, and part of that clip got put on Base Texans channel for when he was doing the Bear Spotlight thing. That was actually my idea that he agreed with me was a good idea. You saw that clip and you sent me an email about military stuff. And when you sent that, and the way that it was done, just because I had a bear name, I had a certain perception, right? And so you and Alan started, like, Alan made that lowered expectations video of me, which I now think is hilarious. And you had sent, like, put some stuff on the YouTube channel.
Lowered expectations.
Yeah, it's hilarious now that I understand what it was. But when it first happened, all I knew is this evil DC trolls were starting to come after me. And I'd been streaming for 2 months at that point. And I'm like, I don't want to fucking deal with this shit. I got a channel that's got 300 people sub to it. This is not worth the most vicious trolls on the internet coming at me, because that is the perception that when you are, because I was watching ROTC at the time. I just wasn't, you know, watching it with my name and my channel.
That, my friend, is the point.
Yes, absolutely. And that's the point I'm making.
Go after anybody that associates with Owen.
And then and then when my name came up on his channel, after I had just simply said I'm no longer going to watch Owen because of the Sawson thing, the whore. When I said I'm not watching the dude anymore, that was when he did the hit piece on me. And it was just surreal. Watching it happen to me is what changed my entire perspective. And so that's what I try to do when I do discuss Owen and stuff like that. When I do it now, my goal isn't to change Owen, because I understand what Owen is. My goal is to put information out there, because I know that there are still people who consider themselves a part of a community, but it's not a community. If it were a community, you wouldn't get banned for saying stuff like that QAnon Bear Girl said. And then he's like, you're fucking banned. And it's like, really? I watched him ban her the other day for saying, you should play some piano tonight. And he, during that fire chat, the one where he went fucking ballistic, and he banned her for saying, you should play some piano tonight. And it was like, really? Like, you're not in a community when the fucker won't return anything you send to him. You're not in a community when he stands up there and he looks down at a group of people and just sits there and constantly insults them. That's not a community. A community is not my channel. So if you want to be, you know, that guy who gets up and screams and yells at your subs, that's great. But don't call it a community and try to make people believe it's a community, because it's not a fucking community. You know who's a community? DZ. You know who's a community? The Stream Raider guys that formed out of this. The communities are the people who say, you know, look, what we were there for was because we had a group of friends who had a shared mindset in certain things. And Owen was a side component to that. And so once it broke off, you know, nothing changed for me. My stream hasn't changed. I do the exact same stuff. I talk about the exact same stuff. I just have, 2 hours a day where I don't waste my time anymore?
Pretty much. I mean, I waste my time for like 4 hours a day, but yeah, dude. I mean, it's very surreal, dude. Like, to watch him do the same thing that he did to you, to me, and my buddies, and then, you know, after trying to warn him about Nimmer, we tried to warn him about Nimmer forever, and whatever. Then we walked away. Then he did the gummy thing, and when that happened, Chuck came out with the FOIA request, and I mean that was game over for Nimmer. Like I didn't have any of that information. I had his background report, and I knew his dates didn't line up, but Chuck fucking nailed him to the wall with that FOIA request, and like proved he never did shit. So
Nope. He was in MEPS.
Like
He was in MEPS.
yeah, well, you got people running around saying that the FOIA is fake and this and that. Well, okay, whatever.
Well, guess what he didn't do? He didn't fucking kill anybody, much less 9 or 21 people.
He was in MEPS. He just didn't actually make it to boot camp.
Yeah, when that FOIA came out, that's when the gummies happened.
Yep.
Like, that's when the gummies happened. When that FOIA hit, he had to fucking make us look like the goddamn devil, and he did a real good job of it. So, and then to watch him like stick up for Eric for months, for like feedback. A fucking year to back him. You got to go through me to get the Nimmer. It's like, the fuck are you talking about, dude? I just want to tell you this dude's fake, and he's taking money based on false premises. He's gonna fuck up your career. Dude, like I had a channel much like yours before I went dark because he fucking did all that shit.
Did he ever promote your channel once? Because I don't remember him promoting your channel.
No, he didn't promote my channel. He was on my channel once or twice or 3 times.
Oh, you got him to actually
but he never
come on
promoted it. Yeah, on its course, bro. We had people. DZ had people running fucking his merch booths for him. Like, dude, we were all around him. We were all around him helping him.
Were you the one were you the one he was talking about? Because I don't know. Were you the one he was talking about when he did the takedown on the DZ, where he was saying that that he paid somebody to come out and do the sound or something like that for one of his events?
No. Johnny was the bully. Johnny was the one in the old clips that you hear him talking about, just the mean one. The one that's
you're the mean one?
So Island went and did merch for him. John went and did merch for him once. The second time he got banned from the show by Nimmer because he called Nimmer out on my stream. The whole thing was fucking stupid, dude. It basically went down like this, dude. Nimmer harassed a chick at a show, dude, that we all know. And when she came forward about it and said that she was fucking harassed and had a bunch of pictures taken of her by these two fucking assholes, they said it never happened. And then they threatened her, and she shut up about it. So that came to light. And again, dude, I was about to start a channel with Nimmer and do a show with him. So this shit coming to light, I'm like, I can't just stand here and go, oh, well, nothing fucking happened. And then John and him have this roast on my channel, and I watched all of Owen's top people who I'm friends with at that point. Like, I told Delev, go fuck yourself if you're going to stand behind Nimmer on this. Like, I was there. Yeah. John roasted him. It was fair and square.
No, I watched that interview you did. I watched the interview you did with, who was that? It was on a Hangouts a long time ago.
That was me, probably.
Yeah, I think it was
probably.
You, Sam. But I watched the interview you did, and I was like, oh, okay, well, that makes a lot more sense now. But I didn't see that. It actually got recommended to me, oddly enough, after the fact. But I didn't see it. I didn't see it until after I was out. It never got recommended to me until after I was out.
Yeah, so all that shit happens, and I watched, dude, Delev lie, I watched Base Texan lie, and I watched Nimmer go live and slandered the fuck out of John. Just slandered the shit out of John, and John had no response. He had no platform like Nimmer had, and Owen's actively promoting Nimmer. So I called Nimmer out on his shit, and I said, the fuck are you doing? Publicly, I called him out, and he goes, you're a liar. I said, you don't ever fucking call me a liar, bro. Here's the proof. And I dropped the screenshots. And that's when all hell broke loose. And Connington and Bass and all these fucking people absolutely disavowed me And we at the same time, because you can see the messages that I had with Delev, I told them to go fuck themselves before they even disavowed us. I said, "You're full of shit. You're all full of shit. You can all fucking eat shit. And I'm going to expose this motherfucker for what he is, whether or not you guys like it or not, because he called me a fucking liar." Like, Nimmer and I were buddies before that. So that's like, you know, one of your buddies straight up calling you a liar for calling him out on some shit he fucked up on.
Yeah, that's
And
kind of one of the things that makes me chuckle about this whole gamma thing, because apparently I'm a gamma now. But
yeah,
the thing that makes me laugh about this gamma thing is that it's like do you disavow your ankle biting? And I'm like, I never avowed anyone. Like, you do realize that this is the internet, right? Like, this is watching somebody scream, right? Like, I don't understand. And then all of a sudden I had all of these people, some people I defended when they were being attacked by other people, going, "Hey, wait a minute. Like, why are you saying this about this person?" And then all of a sudden, these people that I stood up for are now like, they're coming to my channel and they're doing, and I'm like, dude, okay, first of all, I've been on both sides of this fence. I've been on the side where I watched the whole Nimmer thing blow up, you leave, all of that stuff. I watched him freak out on you guys as someone who was in his channel under my own name, not speaking, I'd just gotten there at the time that you guys were going out. So I saw that. I saw the Artling thing and the moon landing thing happen in real time. And then
what you may not know is we got in contact with Artling before he got outed from the Bears and got a confession from him that he ate the fucking gummies.
Yeah.
Then Owen had to disavow him for whatever. I think also there's rumors, and I'll say it, there's rumors that Artling found CP on Owen's PC.
Oh, well.
Just saying.
Wop wop.
Not cerebral palsy either, folks. That's what I have.
I hear. Look, I don't want to start any rumors, but my understanding is that there is a lot of CP related instrument or information on Sam's computer too. I mean, I don't want to start shit, Sam, but seriously, there is a lot of CP searches that you do. I'm just saying.
Well.
Sam, listen, wait. Sam is.
Are you going to admit right now, Sam, that you're associated with CP?
Well, dude. I mean, I've had
spokesman for CP.
I've had CP since birth, so
he's a fucking poster child.
So I've kind of.
But yeah, dude, like.
That might be the most fucked up joke I've heard in a long time.
Yeah, but so all that shit goes down with Nimmer, right? And like, dude, like at that time, dude, like I wasn't trying to fucking ruin Nimmer. It was just like, dude, tell the fucking truth, be honest, be a goddamn man about it, right? And then we got his background report, and then it was like, this dude shit doesn't add up. He's fucking absolutely full of shit. So but by that time, dude, Owen had gone live and told people that he was going to sue me based on comments and this and that, whatever. So I told him very clearly in a comment that's still on his channel. Well, not on his channel anymore, actually, now that it's deleted. Fuck.
Well, anyway, it may be still on his channel. He would just have to reactivate it.
Yeah. Well, I told him plain comment, dude, I'm taking 40 fucking people plus with me, and I have all the information I need to protect everybody. Well, he took that as a threat. And I'm like, it's not a fucking threat, you pussy. So
you only took 40?
Like literally, dude, like his threat, like their threats that they had on us, that Based had and whatever. There was a stream that we had going, and Owen was having a Portland show. And we had people scheduled to go to the goddamn show. There was 2 of our people at the show, and one of them was selling merch. And this was after, like, all the Nimmer shit. And anyways,
You want to know what I want to know about, Johnny?
We did a joke in the chat room that was like, hey, we did a fundraiser for the DZ to go to Portland and say hi to Owen and blah, 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 blah. Because he knew, dude, at that point we were fucking pissed at him. And, dude, he got scared as fuck. Nimmer and him thought we were coming to murder them. Like, they literally were fucking scared to death of us.
Here's the piece I don't have. Okay, this is what I and it would be helpful to any remaining bears who listen to my channel. What happened in Phoenix? Because Phoenix is the linchpin. Phoenix is the linchpin that started literally everything. When he came back from Phoenix, that's when the moon shit started. That's when the White Claw era started. That's when the heavy drinking started. That's when the Nimmer started. But he references Phoenix, and something happened in Phoenix that dealt with hecklers. And I have no idea what it was, but something happened there.
So what I know about it
caused all of this.
So here's what I know about Phoenix. That's where I live. Here's another thing I know about Phoenix. All of those fucking bears, Kyle, Nimmer, Delev, Owen, all of them know where I live. Dude, they fucking all know my address. Like, it's no secret, right? I was friends with them, and we were mailing each other shit. Like, Owen has my address, flat out. So, and everybody knows, dude, I was in Phoenix. Like, I was very open about who I am and where I'm from before Owen lied about me. So that's how he had my name, and everybody had my name. It was me. So anyways, I'm in Phoenix, and when he came to Phoenix, bro, he literally had been fighting with us for so long with the Bears. He was scared to fucking death of me coming to the show because of all the shit I had talked to him and rushing stage and fucking attacking him. The guy is scared to death.
He made that one reference that one time, like a year and a half ago, about going to
that was Phoenix.
Because he'll end up buried in the desert.
So in Phoenix, somebody rushed the stage during Nimmer.
Yeah.
And there were hecklers there who had, I guess, followed him from another show, or maybe they were from another town, and they came in here. Either way, I'm not sure. I wasn't at the show, but I heard that they were yelling out his punchlines the whole time. And the guy who rushed the stage with Nimmer, and then there was another weirdo dude who...
The sword guy?
The sword guy who had mailed Owen and was asking for money or some shit. And I think maybe
I actually remember the mail that he said he wanted to, and Owen actually gave him money, like $150. He PayPal'd him on air. And then we all started making fun of him, telling him that we were Saudi princes, and that we that all we needed was a bank account number, and we would transfer him $10 million.
Yeah.
He was buying people's shit and just sending money.
Nice. Yeah, fucking. It was a weird show, I guess. What it comes down to, man, is like I said, dude. We were talking so much shit to Owen, dude. We had him scared shitless. Because you know what, dude? Like I can't fight you over the internet. But what I can do is I can be the only fucking guy who's ever stood up to you before. You know? So when he came after me, bro, he got a real fucking taste of it, dude, because we didn't back down at all. And he's used to everybody just running the fuck away from him or walking away or, you know, just ignoring the shit. And I'm not about that. So, and then again, like, dude, so when we left, there was a lot of people who left. A lot of major people. I mean, initially Artling left with us. So
yeah,
the
interesting thing with the second one, with this most recent, I guess Bearpocalypse is what everybody's calling it. With this most recent one, he was averaging, prior to that happening, he was averaging on DLive about 7,500, 8,000 in the middle of the day, and he's only pushing like 4,500 in the middle of the day now. So like this last one stung him pretty hard from a numbers standpoint.
Have you looked
Which-
at his
To be fair, though, that's what he's claimed. That's what he wants for.
Well, of course he
over a year
claims
now.
that's what he wants until it comes tax time and he's sitting above a piano, hyperventilating, begging people not to leave.
Yeah, that's true.
Dude, you know he fucked up on his farm LLC, so he can't write anything off that he did this year.
That's my theory why he's freaking out. But my other,
What he's
you had said something about
Got out.
Vox before I got on about whether he got dumber or not as a result of Owen. And I don't have a high opinion of Vox. I never have. I think Vox is somebody who has been trying to get his dad to tell him he's proud of him for a very long time. And so he tries to do all of this, bravado, kind of like certain other very insignificant unknown bears do. But I think he tries to, I think everything it's like, look, Dad, I created a publishing company. And it's like, how much does it make? Oh, it's not making $15 million a year, then it's not good enough. And I think that's what look, I developed a video game, Dad. Oh, look, I did that. That's the way I see him, because it, like, the most pathetic thing I ever saw Vox do was that little riff he did on Fuentes. I watched it and I was going, oh my God, this makes you look so pathetic. like
pathetic.
Did you not see it? Oh my God, you got to go watch it.
Oh,
You
I
got to
saw
go
it.
watch his little takedown of, and it was like, it was so sad, because it was like you're basically bowing down in front of Fuentes at that point, because you're basically saying, look, I need your attention, Fuentes, but I'm doing it in a way that I sound, all smart and great. But I don't think Owen is lying about. I don't think Owen's lying about unauthorized. I think Owen listens to everything Vox says, and I think Vox was saying, we have our own servers. This shit expensive.
Owen's got to be one dumb asshole to believe that shit.
Hey, you're talking about a guy whose GPU was failing in the winter, and he was blaming it on the Jews at YouTube. So,
I mean, here's the thing: is
although whoever sent him that fucking long Ethernet cable was the goddamn genius.
Coddington is the one uploading to unauthorized, so I don't understand how it is that Owen's side of this fucking thing isn't understood. I mean, Coddington must understand.
I see Coddington as a more successful Nate. That's how I see Coddington.
Coddington is a Nate.
Somebody who wants to be close to Owen and will eliminate anybody who is even possibly competition to him, so he can be the only one that is around Owen. That's the way.
Dude, I said
I don't know Coddington from Adam.
I said earlier that Nate is the next Coddington. That's funny.
Can I ask both of you a question, because I've been actually wondering this for a long time. Like, what is the appeal of Owen as compared to someone like I don't know, Dennis Miller, or someone who's actually been successful in
Owen now, or Owen when I first started watching Owen? Because those are two completely different people.
Either or. Well, Owen now. Let's put it that way. Because let's face it, Owen was a C or D list celebrity. So it if I'm someone like Coddington and I'm trying to get in, to the comedy business or whatever, I'm not going to go with a D list, sort of celebrity. I'm going to go with someone. I'll even go with Crowder or someone at that point, and try and work for them, not for Owen. So
it might help you to understand how I got involved with the Bears, to understand what it is I give a shit about Owen. So I was watching Owen, right? It started in September of 2016, 17, I don't remember. Anyways, I was on Twitter, and I commented on Cornelius's post and I said something along the lines of "picks or it didn't happen." Like that was the comment, and he thought it was funny, and I got dropped into a Twitter chat room, and in that chat room was Coddington, Delev, Bob, Cornelius, Shia, numerous other people, punk rock conservative. Um, so, anyways, there was quite a few of us in there, and that group ended up being what people refer to as the OG Bears: Alan, Kyle Kavanaugh, um, like I said, a number of others.
And I
So,
want to clarify that that's not Alan Powell either. So
no,
it's a different Alan we're referring to. So
yeah, anal slack. Anyways, so I got dropped into there out of the blue, and I didn't know any of those people, and I'd never really talked to any of them besides heard like Delev's name on stream or whatever when I watched, but I didn't even chat because at the time I was remodeling a house and I didn't have time to chat during the streams. I just listened. But so I got chatting with them, and that's how I got dragged into the Bears. I was not like a fucking Owen fan. I was
night.
more of a fan of the community, and like that, I used to say that about the DZ when we started the DZ and shit. It's like, like what Owen's doing is not new. Like it's not new for me. What the things that he said or anything like that. Like I've always been very conservative, but I thought it was interesting. Um, but the one thing that I saw go really fast was the community. Like as the numbers grew, he didn't have any time for anybody and whatever, and that was fine. But the community still was. It was a cool community at that point, and I mean it's proven because we're all still here. We're just Owen haters now, right? We're all just gammas now,
Well,
but we all
let's
still
let's
communicate. We're all still a
let's
community. We're all
clarify
still
because
cool.
I get put in the Owen hater category, and I don't hate Owen. Like I tell people all the time that I understand why you feel the way you feel, because if what Owen did to me was just I didn't serve his like I wasn't advertising outside of the community. So you've got people who create worship videos for Owen, that promote his name, and he'll promote them and give them credit. But streamers, there's nothing you can really get from a streamer that will promote your own name. You are actually lifting smaller streamers up when you have them on. That's why you don't see anybody in a realm or community that Owen currently dominates. You won't see him have anyone on unless they're bigger than him. That's why when Wrangler Star showed up for the first time, all of a sudden he was ready to start having conversations and, oh, come on my stream, that type of stuff from
Mhm.
within his community. But that was because at the time, Wrangler Star had like 1.2 million people. So, of course, Owen's going to want to have that exposure, right?
Mhm.
But a smaller streamer, he would be lifting them up, and that's not something he's interested in doing. He's not going to spend his time lifting up smaller streamers, and that's why in my uh, trip down Bear Memory Lane stream that I did, I very specifically said, "Hey, look, you've got a lot of pretty good streamers in here who could use the exposure you give them. So if it is truly a community, then give them 10 or 15 minutes on their stream. They would really appreciate that."
Mhm.
Because he just simply didn't do it. So when I left, all he did was, do a takedown where he talked some shit about me. That all it did was tell me that, the only stuff he knew about that he talked about was stuff that was relayed from Coddington, and it
Yep.
was clear that he
Yep.
hadn't read anything, because I'd sent him a few DMs, but not many, but just a few on different topical stuff over time. And it was clear that it had been relayed to him because he made some pretty critical mistakes with the information that was in it. So it was clear he hadn't seen it. Um,
Coddington It's definitely his filter, bro. I watched that happen with me through Coddington, and I
Yep.
tell you, bro, to get past Coddington and I could get to fucking Owen, dude. I could fix him with a conversation.
Same here.
I don't
Well,
think
I could
I don't think
really,
anybody can fix Owen until you can get him to understand that his anger issues are not a demon, that they are actually a flaw because he's a human being and human beings are flawed, and his flaw is anger. And until he recognizes that that's a flaw within him and not a demon that's controlling him, he's not going to fix anything because he's going to write it off. Just like
right.
think,
write
I
off.
think though that it's something different than that. I think as soon as he actually understands the realities of his situation and how he got there, and who the people that he's talked shit about are versus the people that are surrounding him and what he's been told by those people to steer him in this direction or that direction, like he would wake the fuck up. He would wake the fuck up if he would take the time. I mean, he's been offered to be told, and he shut it down time and time again. I mean, he even said, I didn't want to hear about the Nimmer stuff. I refused to hear about it." It's like
If he would have
that's your fucking problem, bud.
if he
But
would have
he
taken
refused to hear
5
about it because Coddington told him we were out to fucking murder him, dude.
Yeah, if he would have taken 5 minutes, just 5 minutes, to investigate what was going on with all of the quote unquote bears of influence and Nate, if he would have taken 5 minutes, he would have not responded the way he did because he wouldn't want to be associated with a lot of the stuff that was happening.
Did you see he's now promoting Nate's publishing company?
No, I'm surprised by that though, but it's
Yeah,
probably
he promoted it today. Fucking amazes me. He just gave himself the second Coddington he wants, bro. Like he's now got a fucking soldier who will die for him.
it doesn't surprise me.
But
I'm,
but then again, here that goes back to my question. Why Owen? Like I can see why Trump is a savior figure. Like I can see that mentality, but what is so special about Owen specifically in these people's heads?
they're bears.
They want somebody who's a celebrity from Hollywood to turn on Hollywood and give them all the secrets, bro.
So I can go out and find him.
He's
So
he how what Semper said earlier about 50% of what he says is true is a very good point, because a lot of what he says is truthful and good, and how can you disagree with promoting family values, right? But
Mm.
at the same time, he'll promote his family values, show pictures of his kid, then turn around and call somebody a fucking pedophile in the same breath.
yeah,
Well, and I'll
And
go on record.
pedophiles
On record to say that a lot of the stuff Nate says biblically is true, but then he'll turn around and use the Bible to incorrectly go after just random people.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't think that Nate's a bad guy at heart. I think he's very flawed because of the things he believes and that he's been told by a figure who's lying to him. If he didn't fucking know half of the shit about Owen, well, actually, I should say, if he knew half of the shit about Owen that I know, he would fucking hate Owen. Like, he would not like Owen at all. Owen is not anything like Nate. Nothing like Nate.
but
And
see,
he's had up childhood. Like, dude, he's so confused. He really needs a fucking man in his life. But the problem with the man in Nate's life is the second you try to tell him what to do, like he thinks he's being attacked. It's a bunch of fucking bullshit. Boys these days, eh?
well,
You know what the problem is with what you just said is you're a fucking gamma ankle biter. That's the problem.
I am. I never grew up. I do meth in my mom's basement for a living.
And you just make videos of him over and over and over, not to laugh at him, not to point out his inconsistencies, and not to just just have a blast with creating videos and stuff like that. No, you do it because you're obsessed with it. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Sa-
I I mean, I'll be fair. I am a little obsessed with making videos about Owen.
Because
But
largely it's fun to see the inconsistencies and put them
it
together.
well, I mean, for one, it's fun to see that. For two, he reacts to my videos. He reacts to everybody's videos about him, and that's fun to watch. So it's good to see him react. Plus, if you, I was saying earlier, if you go look at his Google Trends and you look at the date of the gummies, and you look since Johnny Arcade started, his career's been on a fucking upward spiral, buddy. Oh, he's so fucked. He's so fucked. Yeah, dude, he loves me, bro. At heart, honestly, I think I kind of keep him going sometimes. I think that I give him a fucking
I
reason to hate.
I know that he likes me, and you know how I know that because whenever I talk about Ben Shapiro on my show, the day after he'll always mention Shapiro on his stream. So
Dude, he watches all of us, bro. He absolutely watches all of us. There's no fucking doubt in my mind.
yeah, I know.
My donation sound on my channel is I don't hate Semper Bear.
Yeah, the thing is too is like he would probably give his left nut to have us all back as his audience again. He hates his new bears. He fucking hates them.
The
Can't say I blame him.
I'll tell you what though, the I call it the Vox effect, but the just visceral nature in which he treats people now is astonishing because it's no longer a community. Like and he has said it outright. Like this isn't a community. This is my channel, and you're going to do what I say when I say, and you're going to speak the way I tell you to speak and the way I want you to speak. And if you don't, you're gone. This is not a community. This is my channel. And it's like that was the appeal to the Bears, is it was a community of like-minded people. And now it's not a community. It's a person who has become like, it's a person who started out as being like, hey, I'm the king here. I'm the king of this community. That's awesome. And then over time, you went from being a king to a fucking vicious dictator who will spray pink mist out of anyone who disagrees with you.
Yep. Dude, that's one thing people loved about the DZ so much is when I started that shit, everybody was allowed to come on. There were streams, dude, where I had like I think 40 people on one stream, and they'd just go for hours. Dude, I wouldn't even be on, and people just keep going, and it was just a community thing. And people would be like, "Oh, this is the greatest thing that you're doing," and I'm like, "I'm not doing it. You're all fucking doing it. Like, look, I'm not even on the stream right now. This is all y'all." And like,
That's what I say about my
that's
stream.
what people loved about it. It was for everybody.
The chat is what the chat is why people come to my streams. I'm just the background noise. And
Yeah,
that's what makes my streams good is the chat is, and that's what everybody who comes into my streams, that's what they say is, God, the chat is so awesome. And I'm like, well, I'm a little hurt by that, but but I'm glad that you guys are having fun.
Same same with these after shows I do. I mean, I do politics on my main show, but then the after show is where it gets real fun because that's when the chat jumps in. So I like to say I have the best writing team in podcasting. So even though podcasters don't have writers usually.
Crowder does.
I like that guy.
Well, Crowder's something else. So
Crowder started good too in the beginning.
Yeah.
And then he went, and maybe that's a thing, maybe that's what happens when you start to garner success, or maybe you have to sell a piece of your soul to get in a position to be able to grow outside of the 20,000-30,000 mark. Maybe you have to give so much of yourself away that you end up losing track of who you are. I don't know. I'm not there yet. But
Well,
I do.
Crowder's also an actor, so actors are fucking weird, anyways.
Well, here's my take on Crowder because Crowder. I did a stream a long time ago, and I privated all my bear streams just because they're bear streams. But I did a stream on Crowder on why Crowder was a disappointment to me after the Glenn Beck thing. But for anybody who knows anything about me, they know that I don't like public areas because of the Marine Corps thing. I don't go to cowboy games. I don't like concerts. I don't like any large conglomeration. I'll go to Six Flags or whatever, but only because of my kids. So if there is an area that has limited points of exit and entry, I generally, with mass amounts of people that make it a soft target, I generally don't like to go there. But when he came to SMU, I went to his SMU show because I believed in what he was doing. It was still when Jared was there. It was right after he had moved from Michigan. And so he was still, doing shit that, mattered, like doing the whole Muhammad thing and all that. Like he was still doing stuff that was not approved type thing. Right. And when we were there was supposed to be this after thing, but the show started late. And SMU ended up kicking us out. So we were outside of the security area, and he and Jared and Sven and all of them, they came out past the security barrier to take pictures and talk to everybody. And for somebody, who was a Marine Corps grunt who understands why there's security perimeters, the fact that somebody would put themselves in literal harm's way to come outside of their security perimeter and actually let people get close to them was a pretty significant statement to me personally. And so that was the thing that it was like, that was what garnered respect for him. And then over the next year, I just watched him give pieces of himself away and degrade to the point where now it's so produced and so fake that it's hard to watch him. Like I'll watch him occasionally just so I can do streams on it and stuff. But like I tell people all the time, I watch Crowder so you don't have to. But it was sad for me. It was sad to watch him morph into that. And maybe he always had it in it. Maybe that was what he did and he just wasn't big enough and he felt that he needed to do that to garner credit with the fans. I mean, I guess that's possible, but walking outside of your security perimeter and putting yourself into a position to where if I would have and it was clear that he was nervous because when I'm uncomfortable, I put my hands in my pockets and he was like, "Hey, take your hand out of your pocket." And I was like, "Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, absolutely. I understand." So it was clear he was nervous being out there, but he did it. And that spoke volumes to me. And now it's like I watch it's a completely different person after he fucked over Jared and Sven and all that stuff. It's like, damn,
Well, I can tell you too from experience. I know you don't like Ben Shapiro very much, but I will tell you, Ben Shapiro is a way different person than when I interviewed him back when he was still working for. Well, Breitbart had just passed away when I interviewed him. He was not a sellout like he is now. So
To me, it's all business. To me, I got no problem with people selling out, dude. I just don't like. I don't care if Crowder's content sucks. Like I'm happy that he's making money, right? Like, so you're making. I can't. I don't know. For me, dude, like, I can't hate somebody for making money because, dude, I would do it.
I say the same thing about Owen. Like I never, I didn't never understand what everybody's fascination with unauthorized was because I was like, yeah, it's just a method for him to bring in money. People aren't donating to unauthorized because they want to see that streaming or they want to see the videos. People are donating to it because they're supporting what they like. And to be honest with you, if you can make $800,000 a year, then more power to you. In fact, you're better than I am. I can't do that. So congratulations. You know, that was never my issue with the unauthorized thing. In fact, I didn't have an issue at all because I knew what the unauthorized thing was. My
See,
issue.
I don't have an issue with it either, but that's where people misunderstand me. Is like me personally in my channel, what my channel portrays are two different things. I'm out to fuck with Owen. I'm not out to portray my own thoughts all the time. I'm out to fuck with Owen. I'm out to trigger him. I'm out to turn his fans against him. I'm out to do all of that shit.
My issue with unauthorized itself is with, I think Vox is taking money from Owen that he's not doing anything with. That's my issue. And I think you're going to run. I personally believe, and again, I don't have any evidence, so I'm not saying that it's the fact or it's the truth. But in my personal opinion, I think Vox was telling him this thing costs X amount of dollars. And in my personal opinion, I don't want to be turtle, I don't want to be turtley interference anything, but but in my personal opinion, he had that. I don't think he had the $75 plan. I think he had that $400 plan, the highest end one. But I think he was telling Owen, we have our own servers. It's costing me thousands and thousands of dollars. I need more of a cut of this unauthorized money that your fans are bringing in. And I personally think Owen bought it. And
what I think
more money, and I think you're looking at a Nimmer. I think you're looking at a Nimmer swindle job that
I think it's very
times more than what Nimmer was taking from Owen.
See, you still think that Nimmer was swindling Owen?
You think it's the other way around?
No, I think they were a fucking team, dude.
Nah, I don't think
those two were absolutely a fucking team.
Yeah, I don't think they were a team. I think he truly believed that Nimmer was his friend, and that's why he didn't listen to anything you guys said. I wouldn't have either. If a bunch of people who I either relatively know or barely knew came at one of my friends that have been my friends for a while.
Let me tell you something about Eric Nimmer. He'd only met Owen once, all right? Eric Nimmer came around in September of 2017. That was his first time he was introduced to the Bears. And he was introduced to the Bears as a 4-tour Marine sniper captain.
Mm-hmm.
And that was on the Why Didn't They Laugh podcast. And Owen kept talking about all Nimmer's war stuff, and Nimmer kept diverting away from it. Like, he did not want to fucking talk about it at all. And so I think what you had was you had Owen, because Owen hired Nimmer without even seeing him do stand-up. Did you know that?
It wouldn't surprise me at all. I watched Owen promote people in the Bears who I knew personally, and they're like, the dude's never even talked to me.
Yeah. Owen had never ever seen Nimmer do stand-up, but what happened was Owen got banned for the N-word. So when he got banned for the N-word, what's better than an opener that is an N-word, right? So he gets Nimmer. He fucking pays Nimmer this money to come open for him. And again, he's admitted he had never seen Eric do stand-up at that point, and they had only met one time at that and gone out at that bar with other people. And Nimmer got him to the hospital, whatever. Who knows how true that is. But what I think happened, Owen got his ring knocked off by the bouncer, apparently, and lost his wedding ring that night. So I think that the two of them were out hitting on girls. And so the bouncer probably kicked Owen out. Nimmer fucking stopped the bouncer from kicking his ass. Got him a cab to the hospital, whatever. So the introduction of Nimmer comes. They hadn't talked since that fucking night. Not once. Nimmer contacted him out of the blue when Owen was looking for an opener for his show after the Saranac Lake thing because his brother opened in Saranac Lake for him. So Nimmer comes in. He's this black guy who's military, who's like this military guy nobody can question. 27 kills. So Owen's pushing this fucking military narrative.
By
Just like
default, just as a side note, hold on, just as a side note, most of the Marines I know who have killed, they don't generally like to talk about it.
Oh yeah, me neither.
Yeah.
None of the veterans I know.
In fact, when they do talk about it, they get extremely upset about it.
Yeah.
So he introduces Nimmer, comes in, and suddenly Nimmer is like forced upon the bears. And all these bears, dude, like we already had this fucking community going. And it was just this dude who had a big goddamn mouth on him. And Owen forced him on everybody, and nobody thought he was fucking funny. Quite frankly. Oh, and he was a leftist, like hardcore leftist.
I think I came into the Bears like about like maybe 2 or 3 weeks after Nimmer joined, and like right when I joined the Discord we were all in at the time. The first thing that like I got like bombarded with is like, donate to Eric Nimmer's special, and I'm like, who? Like, and they were like really belligerent about it. I'm like, I don't even know who. Like, I barely know Owen's content. Now you want me to donate to this guy's special too? Like, no, I'm not. I'm not doing that. So
special, all kinds of shit. So Nimmer, right? So Nimmer's this fucking military captain, and all the while, dude, like I'm getting to know him and shit, and like just getting irritated as fuck with him because he'd argue with me about like conflicts in the world and shit, and like he had no goddamn clue what he was talking about. Fucking none. Clueless motherfucker. The shit he would say, it was wild. And then he had other people like going, well, he's a fucking Marine, so he fucking knows what he's talking about. I don't give a fuck. He's nobody. He's fucking Eric goddamn Nimmer. He's Eric fucking Nimmer. And so anyways, I get fucking irritated with him. I can tell everybody's like, he's talking shit about people and the Bears and this and that, and pissing everybody off. And everybody kept coming to me and they're like, dude, this dude's gonna fucking ruin Owen. And I'm like, I really don't care. It's not my fucking problem. It's not my problem. But then it became my problem with the whole John thing on my stream and whatever. But he, as soon as he started getting attacked for that, bro, boom, cancer. Boom.
Well, yeah.
Cancer.
Well, okay. So let me try to translate because Nimmer was already there when I got there. So let me
same here.
Let me give a perspective of somebody who was not involved with the very beginning of Nimmer. So let's just say, for the sake of argument, that that the information the information, even with the unknowns, is 100% accurate. We're going to go off of that assumption right there, that everything that there's no rumor involved or oh, I heard this or I heard that. Let's just say it happened, just for the sake of fact, and it may have. But let's go off of that premise. So Nimmer comes in. Him and Owen are, hitting on chicks, loses a wedding ring. And then he gets out of that because Nimmer takes that hit for him. Right. And he's like, okay, I can trust this guy. So he brings him in. Right. And then people aren't real thrilled with him. People don't like him that much, but he's gained Owen's trust. And so Owen starts to rely on him, starts to, actually develop a relationship with him. That's not using. I mean, there's usury in there. Nimmer's getting what he needs. Nimmer happens to solve some problems for Owen, in regards to the N-word and all that stuff. And it's a match that works.
let me just tell you though, when they became best friends, dude, because I got it down. Like I watched it. They became best friends when we left and started attacking Nimmer. That's
Well,
when
yeah,
those two
because
got super
he
fucking
probably
close.
fired back and he probably ran interference and protected, which is why they were friends in the first place, based on that entire story being true, right?
Those
So
two having us as their common enemy drew them super close, dude. It also brought Coddington in there super close. That's what brought.
but that isn't a team in the sense of a team of grifters. That is a team of people running interference for each other, which is generally what solid friends do, you know, help you hide a body type friends do.
Mhm.
But
So fast forward a year and a half, 2 years, um, it makes complete sense to me that Owen would not hear anything negative anybody has to say for this guy who has, you know, had his back for the last 2 years, or at least the way he saw it. And then
Oh, I
if
get.
somebody started getting close to Owen, or if somebody started getting information to Owen, or if somebody started attacking Owen, then yes, you're dealing with somebody who runs interference for somebody else. He's going to run interference for himself. So all of a sudden I have cancer. And
See,
then that
see,
gets him to
but
divert
that's
his attention.
but see, that's the thing, bro. Is like the second that I knew Eric Nimmer was dirty, and like I didn't even know he was lying about his fucking military career, bro. I cut ties. That's the kind of guy I am, and I made point after point after point about it. You are who you associate with. Over and over and over again. When I left the Bears, I told everybody, if you want to go associate with them, you do that, but you don't have anything to do with me anymore. You are who you associate with. And anybody who associated with Nimmer at that point, like if they'd come and spoken with me, they knew Eric was a fucking liar. There was no fucking question about it. I
Yeah.
have 110% undeniable proof Eric Nimmer is a fucking liar.
Yeah.
And
And that was proven out.
so, I mean, I get the whole hiding the body thing. Like a lot of people go by that, but it's just not.
No, I
That's
agree
not
with you.
my thing.
I'm somebody that if I went and interviewed for a job, right? And I got this job, and that job was significantly more money and significantly more experience and more power than the job that I currently have. And they gave me the job offer, but they told me they needed me to start immediately and that I would lose the job if I tried to give 2 weeks to my current employer. I would turn down that job because it's not right to, especially for my current employer. You know, I've been there for like 8 years. Like they've been loyal to me. They have.
That's that's one
I
way to
wouldn't
look at it.
screw that. So I would not make a choice to I wouldn't make a choice to put ethics over that. So I'm the same type of person to where if I find out somebody is vile, I mean, take the way I exited the Bears.
Mm-hmm.
You
Yeah.
took somebody who was completely innocent. You took somebody who had nothing to do with any of this, and because you were spiraling and circling in your fucking anger that you can't control, but you seem to be able to make excuses for all the time, while you're turning around and you're pointing at everybody else's sin, telling them how horrible they are for something that's not even destructive, is what you're doing. You took all of that rage and anger and you pointed it at somebody who was completely fucking innocent. And so,
Yep.
no, I can't fucking listen to a goddamn word you say from that point on. Period.
Yeah. That's what he did to me too. And my thing, and that your analogy with the work thing, that's one way to look at the way I look at it. And I told everybody this too when we were leaving. Is I said, and I think I even explained the story to many people, but I have a friend who I grew up with since I was a little kid who did 7 years in prison for standing next to somebody who committed a crime.
Yep.
Standing next to him.
I got a
So
buddy because I get
point
called a
going, he
pussy
was going to
all
pay
the
for
time
what
because I
Nimmer
don't
was
fight.
doing. He did. He lost all of his fucking Hollywood friends over it. Crowder, dude, nixed him because of the Nimmer thing. It wasn't the moon. It wasn't any of that. It was because Chuck contacted fucking Crowder's dad had a
and I heard
conversation
about
with
that.
him.
I heard about Nimmer. I heard about Crowder. I think Owen said it. It may have been you, but somebody was talking. I think it was Owen that said that Crowder was coming to him saying, "Bro, I've got to see his DD-214. Like I'm getting a lot of information."
Yeah, Chuck contacted him and contacted his dad and was like, "Hey, listen, this is this and this," and they talked for fucking hours and shit. And
4 hours, to be specific.
Then, as soon as that call happened, dude, the shit went down with fucking Owen and him, and that's exactly what.
But see, I think you hit the nail on the head with one of your recent videos where you basically said that that Owen got kicked out of Hollywood because of a temper tantrum.
He did.
Yeah,
And he knows it.
well, and that's what I'm saying. So you've got Hollywood. Here's the way I see Hollywood going down. And again, I have no evidence of this. I'm just using logic. So I've watched what Owen has done to anybody who's ever been involved with him. I've watched what he's done to each of those people as he goes down. I watched what he did to me as I walked away from it. Okay. And there is a common bond between each one. And the interesting thing is in that last fire rant that he did, because I've watched that thing probably 5-10 different times trying to break certain areas of it down. But there is a point at which he was basically telling everybody when he was going off on Kurgan, and he was saying that what did he say? He said, I got to get it right. He said, I thought all of these people thought the way that I thought, and it turns out that they're all full of shit, and that they're all, and the crazy thing is
that he's the same person he was in 2008, that everybody else has changed.
Yeah, and that is the exact same thing he said about Crowder. It's the exact same thing he said about Rogan. It's the exact same thing he said about Hollywood. So every time he gets ready to shift from one community to another, it's that, oh, these people all claim to be one thing. Because remember, with the conservatives, they claimed to be one thing, and it turned out they were something complete. He's starting to say the same thing about the whole truther community, right? So he's shifting to the health and all of that stuff. But I think you nailed it to where he gets to a point. Here's the way I see it going down in my head. He says what he says about the trans kid thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
His agent comes up to him and goes, dude, you can't say that shit. Like, you can say it privately. You could say it to me, but you can't fucking publicly say this shit. And he goes, fuck you. Of course I can say. And he's like, dude, look, we got a lot of fucking clients here. If you're going to say this shit publicly, I can tell you what happened. Yeah, go ahead. Well,
Hodgman and Thorne. He was arguing with Hodgman about the N-word, and Hodgman was fucking brutally beating him in this argument on Twitter. And so Owen goes, well, you work for a guy who has a trans kid, and that's fucking child abuse, and that makes you a fucking child abuser because you're okay with it and you work for him. And that's when the brake lights hit for his career. Yeah. That's when Jesse Thorne goes, whoa, you just called me a fucking child abuser? And that's when his agent, who was still his agent, and Owen was living in Saranac Lake at this point, by the way. That's when his agent goes, you can't do that. Okay. And Owen goes, fuck you.
Yep.
Fuck you.
Or as Owen would like to say, I'll burn down the fucking ships. And he did it there, and he did it with the conservatives, and now he's doing it with the truther community. So watching
somebody calls him on his shit, dude.
Mm-hmm.
And his mom fucking dialed that shit into him when he was a kid, bro. It's like 100%, dude. She enables that shit. It's like you can watch the streams of him going, well, I know it wasn't because of the way that, he goes, they told me that it wasn't about the trans kid thing. It was the way that I handled it. And she's,
well, and that's exactly what Crowder said. He was like, dude, Like,
that's what Rogan said too. Rogan's
Yep.
like, it's not about. Yeah.
because Rogan was like, dude, maybe, and he uses it as Rogan trying to control him, but Rogan was like, it was a joke when he said it because I watched it. It was a joke when he said it, but Rogan was like, dude, maybe you should run all your tweets through me first. Like,
Well, I don't blame Rogan, because here's the fucking thing about Rogan, dude, is when Owen got bombed for the trans kid thing, Rogan, and he got canceled at the Brea Comedy Club. Rogan went to the Brea Comedy Club and said, "You don't fucking cancel this guy." Stood up for him, then gave him 3 spots on his fucking show that year.
Milker just did a video on that, didn't he?
Yeah. So Rogan
Yeah, I
absolutely pulled for that guy. I have old videos on my channel that are private right now of the whole conversation with him and his mom, but he's like absolutely 100% giving it up to Rogan. Like, Rogan saved his fucking career, and Rogan's his hero, and Rogan went and pulled the strings for him, and this and that. And he owes him, and then Rogan asked him to chill the fuck out because he stood up for him, and Owen loses his shit.
Well, and that's the moral of every single issue that he's run into, is that he once he sees red, he can't stop. And that's a character flaw. And that's why I don't think Owen is evil. Like, that's where I separate from everybody on it. I don't think Owen is evil. I think Owen has some very, very serious anger issues. And I think that in the same vein as Nate, he has justified his actions, because in order to actually address this, because I've run into it too. I mean, I'm not real shy about talking about certain things, but like the dog incident that happened with my son, where he got mauled by a pit bull. It took me 2 fucking years to get myself to the point where I could even talk about that. And it was a lot of hard fucking work and a lot of tears and a lot of pain to force myself to talk about it, to force myself to relive it, to get to the point where I could talk about it and actually use that example to help other people deal with some of the shit that's happened to them in their life, right? But it took a lot of pain. And so a lot of people don't want to do that. They don't want to go through it. They don't want to relive it. They don't want to admit that something's flawed in them. And so what they end up doing is they end up justifying it. So it's the difference between somebody saying, I'm fucked up, you don't want to be around me, because I do, my life's a mess, I do a lot of fucked up shit because this person did that to me, or this person did this to me, versus somebody saying, in this specific incident, I was wrong because I did this, and I've got to figure out a way to fix it. Those are 2 completely different things in being able to admit that you're fucked up.
That's exactly what I was trying to tell Vox in the video I made to Vox today. Is like, that's the difference between a man and a fucking child, is being able to look somebody in the eye and go, "Yeah, I fucked up." And you know what?
The vast majority of people will make excuses for the reason that they fucked up.
Yep. And it's childish bullshit, bro. And I see that shit out of Vox and Owen constantly.
Well, that's most people, and that's the sad thing.
Yeah, it makes them victims. It makes people feel bad for them. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, well, Owen has all these people that are trying to get his family murdered by the police. It's like, no. Dude, I never called the fucking cops on Owen when he did that shit to me. Somebody from the DZ did call the FBI, but not to be like, hey, this guy's doing this shit. They said, hey, this guy said he called you guys. Just want to check in to make sure everything's good.
Well, I thought I knew
and
why
they laughed in our
happened.
Fucking faces, bro.
I thought I knew why the swatting happened and who did it, but I mean, it wasn't swatting. Let's be honest. But I thought I knew what it was, and then when the FOIA came, and I actually read it, because the first time I read that was on Scorpio's thing, the Vox thing. But I paused it and I read the whole thing, and I looked at it and I was like, that's not one of the new Bear Apocalypse people. That's somebody else. Because some of the terminology that was used in that was used a long time prior to this last separation, and I was like, that isn't one of the new people. That's somebody else. But it certainly wasn't any of the people that I know personally.
It's not anybody from us, bro. If we
Yeah.
were gonna do it, we'd have done it a fucking year ago.
But my thing is that when I first heard the cops showed up, I thought it was involvement of some legitimate action. And then when the FOIA came out, I looked at it and it was all stupid bullshit. It was just somebody fucking with him. But
I assumed it was his dad, honestly, until the FOIA. But I assumed it was his father because he outed his dad because his dad threatened to call the cops over Amy's black eye.
that's what that's my theory as well.
Yeah, I mean, he more or less said
some of the things he said in that rant was the one thing that just stuck with me, because that was the moment at which I started going, something's wrong here. And then immediately after that, he stopped drinking. It's like,
all the ADL fucking people. Dude, he's basically stated at this point, dude, he quit drinking because of all of us giving him shit. Like, he has to stay sober because he never knows what the fuck's gonna come from us. He and he keeps getting called on so much bullshit and crying on stream. But anyways, he was saying on that stream about his dad, he's like, the ADL fucking, you don't even know what I go through with them. They contact my parents, and they contacted my dad, and he's like, he's such a fucking wizard, whatever. He's like, are you really doing these things, Owen? Like, are you really hurting your Amy?
The thing that hit me, the thing that he said that it stuck with me, and it just changed so much perception. Because there's that moment at which, what is it? There's that moment, and I'll use Owen vernacular. There's that moment when your pineal gland, or whatever he keeps talking about, becomes activated and you see shit that you didn't see before. And that moment was when he was ranting about his dad, and he said, if you ever try to take my wife and kids away from me again. And that one statement,
that was the next thing he said after what I was just saying.
Yeah,
if you try to come at me, I will fucking out you.
Yeah, yep. That was the moment, and then I went, wait a minute, he's talking about stuff from 10 years ago, like, and he's confusing it with now, and I was like,
yeah, the gay porn dude on his roommate's computer was his, not his dad's.
Something's wrong with this. There's some, and I don't know. I mean, I can't say that something is or isn't, so I wouldn't. But it was just my alarm bells went off at that point. It was like, something's wrong here. So I don't know.
There's a lot of
I could
Owen has a whole lot of anger at his father for the whole.
Anger is his problem.
Well, I could
100% of the time. It always comes down to anger.
So I could tell you this, dude. The priests who supposedly molested Owen, they worked for this guy, Father Furfaro. He was the head priest of the diocese in wherever the fuck Owen was. And Furfaro has been named by Owen's mom on stream, and by Owen as well. And when you go look into Furfaro, you see that he and Owen's dad worked together at the college. Father Furfaro, who brought in all the priests, all the bad priests, he was on a committee above Owen's dad. So suddenly you get Owen calling people fucking pedophiles, and then Owen's dad can't get a good job at the college or whatever, or he can't get transferred where he wants. Or I think what it comes down to, dude, is Owen basically found out that his dad was gay, because his dad really is gay. And
yeah, I don't think there's any denying that with that video that he had of his dad on the armchair talking to him.
Yeah, but
if he isn't gay, he's gay.
I think that he yeah, well, and also, like, dude, Owen was raised like very ambiguously. Like, his parent, dude, like Owen said, he thought he was gay until he was 10 years old. He was molested molested at 8. His dad tried to get him in opera and all this girly shit. He fucking knitted sweaters when he was a kid. He fucking had a loom. Like, what kid has a fucking loom to make cloth? So he like, dude, like, and his piano teacher was trans. So, like, dude, his whole childhood was like uber progressive. Like,
Yeah.
he was more progressive than Hollywood when he got to Hollywood. He's like, oh my god, I'm 10 years old. So he's resentful for that because he wants so bad now to be a fucking manly man and not be fucking gay and whatever. But he's so resentful at his father for not giving him the childhood that he wishes that he had. It's like, get the fuck over it, man. Your dad's just a guy. He's just a guy. Just like you're just a guy, and your kids are gonna have to fucking get over the fact that you're a moon ranting retard. Like, everybody's parents are just fucking people, and the sooner Owen realizes that, man, the better he's gonna be. He's so fucking mad, dude. So fucking mad. And every time he gets mad, and here's the thing I was saying about unauthorized with Vox and how that whole deal works. Because, like, Owen's getting ripped off, but he's knowingly getting ripped off. Like, Owen,
Well,
when
the way I put it at this point, because I think he figured it out.
no, dude, when he got together with Vox, it was like this: my channel's being taken the fuck down. I have all these fucking people, all these internet trolls after me. He was freaking the fuck out. Like, I don't know if you remember when his channel went down, but he was fucking freaking when him and Vox got together. Like, freaking out about the trolls. Nightwave,
No, I remember.
ROTC, me, dude. We were all together at that point going after him every
That's
fucking
when I
day.
started watching ROTC under an alt account, and
Yeah,
then
so
I'm like, these guys are fucking funny.
yeah, so fucking Owen was fucking freaking out, dude. Like, he had trolls coming at him from every angle of the internet. So he gets together with Vox, and Vox has a plan. He has the VFM, and you can see in the first stream they do together, Owen's like, yeah, Vox has these troll killers and blah, blah, blah. They're going to take care of all the trolls. Owen was just in a shitty spot, and he's like, Vox, please fucking save me from all these fucking people. And Vox had an idea, and Vox goes, well, we'll do this. We'll make a video platform, whatever, and I'll give you a cut of it, and we'll do that. And Owen was so desperate, he made a bad fucking deal, and he's stuck in that deal now.
When I the way I see it is that Owen got himself into another Nimmer situation. But the problem is that if he separates, because I think he's seen it. I think that if you look back, probably, I guess, the last 2 weeks, at least,
Dude,
clips I've seen, and then I look for context. Once I see the clips, I'll watch the whole thing if it's something that I want to know about. But about, I guess, 2 weeks ago, for a good month or a month and a half, they didn't say each other's names. And Vox was putting out, because you've clipped some of these out, Vox was putting out like, he was basically talking shit about the Bears, like how fucking stupid they are and stuff like that. And then something in the last week and a half has happened because he's started talking about Vox again. But I think he figured it out and was like, fuck, like, he's screwed. Like, I think he figured out that this guy's kind of been, taking more money than he's using.
So here's what I think. I don't think it's the money,
because he can't go anywhere else. He can't. He doesn't have no. Well, but if you look at the way the Nimmer shit went down,
I think he knows the money situation. What I don't think he fully grasped is how the server shit works. So he knows what the server cost is, but he doesn't understand that it's not really independent. Like, he just thought it was untouchable.
I don't think the server cost is as much as he's given. But again, I don't know. I just think because the way he was emphatically talking about, we have our own servers, you can't take
I
it
don't
down.
see how he couldn't know the cost with Coddington working on it.
Well, because I can tell you why, because Owen's not a technical guy at all.
Coddington
And
is.
Neither
No,
Vox was
is
his.
his
I
right
need another
fucking
chip.
guy. Coddington is his accountant.
right no, I know that, but my
Or
theory
actually,
is that
Coddington's his mathematician accountant.
my theory too, guys, is that I think Coddington is in some ways ripping him off. I mean,
Of course he is.
I've gotten emails actually from, I don't know if they're reliable, but I've gotten emails from people in my show inbox saying that, like, hey, I think Coddington is ripping off Owen. Now, I'm in the middle of election season, so I don't really care that much about uh, what's his. I care about Owen, but I don't care about Coddington right now. So I mean, he can take Owen's money for all I care.
It's not
So,
even that he's ripping Owen off, bro. It's just that he's putting Owen in these bad positions by his fucking
Well, and
poor
that's
leadership of Owen's
I
whole operation. So
don't
if
get
you
Juju that it's a money thing with Coddington. I think Coddington wields Owen as a weapon.
yes, he does.
Um,
It's 100% power fucking swinging,
I
dude.
think
But
Coddington is the fence, and anytime somebody comes near the fence, Coddington shifts the narrative to make sure that Owen spirals on him. That's my
yeah,
personal opinion. That's the juju that I get.
yeah, Coddington is 100% the information filter to Owen. And as far as Vox and Owen goes, when you saw Davey go at Owen, right? Like, so that was perfect, dude, because Davey was by himself. He was singled out by them, right? So all the focus was in one spot. It wasn't on like a whole bunch of fucking internet trolls. It was boom, Davey. So everybody had a target to focus on. It was easy to basically watch the whole story unfold. And what you saw Vox and Owen both lie flat out about Davey.
Mm-hmm.
And then you saw Vox say, basically threaten Davey, say, "You have 24 fucking hours or I am coming after you. And if I don't come after you, I have to come after you because if I don't, people will know I'm not a man of my word." Then he doesn't come after him, and Owen is here standing here going, "Well, I thought you were going to save us. I thought you could take care of this." And then Owen gets fucking swatted. Fucking swatted, whatever. But then so all that shit happens. Then somebody fucking calls the cops on Owen. And Owen's doubly like, "Holy shit, Vox can't fucking save me from this." And Vox is like, I got this. We're going to tell everybody you got swatted." And then that whole fucking narrative falls apart. And now, dude, he's just like, dude, he doesn't trust Vox's fucking larpy lies and shit to fucking pass because everybody knows that he's full of shit now. And Owen is thoroughly disappointed in the fact that Vox has time and time again failed to basically protect him and his shit from these terrible internet trolls that the VMM were supposed to take care of.
Then it's only going to get worse once Owen figures out that the dollar amount doesn't match what happened with the Vimeo thing.
I mean,
Because
again,
if he
I think
hasn't realized that, the money thing's a betrayal, and that's why the money thing's important. Now, I don't
but
know how
mean,
much Owen's given him, but I can guarantee you
thing,
that
bro. Owen's doesn't care about money. Owen's not about. I mean, as much as he's about money, he's
it's
not
not
about
about the
money.
money, it's about the betrayal. What did you say versus what did you do? Because that was the
I don't.
Nimmer thing. $3,000 is not that big of a deal to give somebody, if you have it. The thing is did you need it? From what you told me you needed it for, or did you fucking lie to me and tell me you needed X amount of dollars and make me look like a fool in front of everybody else? There's a vast difference between those two.
Because what I see is Owen paying somebody to shut the fuck up. Again, dude, I watched the guy pay base Texan to try to take me out, dude. I watched it. He has no problem with parting with his money to get people to attack other people. Not a fucking bit. Not
if
a
it's
fucking.
if it's understood, okay,
hired-
but that again is a contract. It's an arrangement. If that's the case, then it's an arrangement. That's different.
Artling was not equipped to do the things that Owen wanted him to do. Right? He still
I
hired
can
him.
believe that.
He was close to me, and he
I can
needed to
believe
use
that.
it against me. Same with base fucking Texan, dude. He was paying base Texan extra money. Coddington, same fucking thing. Coddington was a nobody, dude, till he started fighting with us. And he became Owen's little protector and savior. He and base Texan
Where did he
became...
go for that 3 months that he disappeared?
Who?
Coddington.
I don't know. I didn't know he disappeared for 3 months.
Yeah, he was gone for like a few months and then he came back.
I was gone for 6 months, and then Owen said my name, so I don't know. It could have been during then. Could have been during then. I know that when Owen lost one wave of people, he was freaking out, thinking Coddington was gonna fucking leave. It was you guys, I think. He was freaking out, going, and then I thought Coddington was gonna leave, and if Coddington leaves, I gotta shut down the whole thing. It's like he relies on Coddington completely.
Well, he doesn't understand the technical component of it, so
I don't think he does. But again, like, I don't think that Vox has lied to Owen about the money. I think Owen is paying a certain amount of money and telling people he's paying a certain amount of money, the fact is he's paying for Vox's protection on the internet. Vox has a lot of ties with people that can help Owen. And when it comes to fucking business, he's got him in a headlock.
yeah, well, and that's whether I agree or disagree about how much he knows, in regards to that, the one thing is that and that's so let's say it is another Nimmer situation, right? Just for the sake of argument. If it were another Nimmer situation, the problem with it being a Nimmer situation this time is that there is literally there's nowhere to go to be able to have a payer system. And so it's like now, you hitched you permanently welded your trailer to this truck. and now you start to see, well, it's a paper tiger. It's something that isn't it's not real. You can make threats. You can get people like Nate to believe it. That you're going after people, that that the cops were involved when it came to the infamous Johnny Arcade, or the cops were involved when it came from the infamous Alan Powell, because Nate still believes that. He said that as much, that Owens Vox is too busy going after all of these people. He's not. The reality is he's not. Nothing happened to Davey, nothing happened to you, nothing happened to Alan. Nothing. I mean, except for doxing. I mean, and not that that's insignificant, but nothing legal happened, because nothing legal can happen. And that is the thing, that when you're dealing with people who are still in the bear community, like I do, that's the thing, is just getting the information to say, look, nothing happened. And that's why some of these clip videos are so important, because if you clip out him saying, if you clip out him and his 5-second apology to you, if you clip that out and say, look, he says right here that the police were never involved. He says right here that the troll was actually the person who sent the message to him.
Well, now he's saying that
the thing
who sent the message.
Do what?
Now the story is that I'm getting from all these people is that he's saying that, or the Bears are saying that I'm the person who sent the message, which is completely fucking ridiculous.
So you would put yourself into a position to where you got doxxed and you were told that you were trying to poison kids?
Yeah, well, I mean, this is a guy who fucking he believes that nukes are fake. So, I mean, you know, it's the shit these people will fucking believe, dude. The conspiracies, it's
No,
fucking
it
insane,
doesn't
dude.
surprise me.
And
I'm
you
just
know,
from
like
a logic aspect.
it's so dumb too because like Kyle, dude, Kavanaugh, everybody fucking knows Kyle, right? He's the reason that Owen spoke my name on stream, like flat out. And Kyle made a video telling
Yeah,
Owen like this was wrong. You
Steph
shouldn't.
posted a comment, and it's exactly right.
Yeah. So it's
Well, this is the other thing, Semper and Johnny. This is why I specifically wanted to have you both on stream, not tonight, but like in each instance. The reason why I interviewed, Johnny way back when, and the reason why I interviewed you, Semper, was because I wanted your backstory as people, who you actually are. Because one of the things that I've noticed in all my time of doing internet commentary is people will say all this shit about you, that may or may not be true, but until you actually get to, talk to people and hear their actual backstory, it's just all rumors and, smoke and mirrors. And so, I talked to, Johnny and his background story, and then I get people who watch my video and are like, oh, I guess that John Arcade guy isn't such a bad guy after all. Same thing with Semper. So
yeah,
Yeah,
dude.
well,
People
and
realize
that's
they're just
important.
normal people.
yeah,
That's
exactly.
that's important because that's what the term and the phrase gamma does. What it does is it creates a container that it has a certain set of characteristics that have been promoted over and over and over. Every single bear knows what a gamma is. And so you can have anyone. You could, I mean, if even the great and powerful Coddington, if Owen decided to throw him in the gamma bucket, every fucking bear would turn on his ass, even though he's the great and powerful sweet prince. And that's the thing, is you strip somebody of their identity when you put them in those buckets. It's the same thing with conservative, liberal, SJW. It's what I was talking about tonight, the difference between macro and micro. You take a person in the micro and you throw them in that macro bucket, and then they automatically inherit all of those traits. Because I avoid, for the most part, my channel usually talking about any Owen stuff or any Nate stuff, because it's just not what my channel is, right?
Same
So I
here.
avoid it like the plague. But when I got put in that gamma bucket, I got told, you're going to start making all of these videos of me. And I'm like, no, actually, I'm not. I mean, I'll talk about topical stuff like I did tonight, but I'm not going to obsess on that. In fact, what was done to me was not even that bad. In fact, sadly enough, I always knew that my highest viewed video would be because of my involvement with Owen, but I never thought it was going to be my video after the public shaming that I got from Owen. That thing's like almost at 2,000 hits. It's like, you got to be kidding me. So the first time that I get showcased with Owen is him running, is him doing a relatively unsuccessful and pathetic takedown on me. But it's like I'm not going to respond to that. Now, if he would have doxed me and done what he did to you, then I might have been a little bit more motivated to really just be a fly in his ointment. But for me, it wasn't that big of a deal. It's like, okay, well, all right. If you want to hitch your horse to the Nate train, then by all means, good luck with that. You're gonna come into your house one day and he's gonna be in a bed wearing your clothes. But whatever. Okay, dude.
For me, dude, like, dude, he fucking lied through his teeth and basically smashed us on the whole Nimmer thing to begin with, and we gave up on it because everybody realized the fight was futile. Basically, there was no winning against a guy who had 250,000 people subscribe to him. Like there's
No, you
just
got to
no
go
way to
gorilla.
compete
If you're
against
gonna,
that.
if you're gonna deal with somebody like that, you got to go gorilla.
So
When I right after my bear, when I kind of talked about you guys it was when I called Davey a Jedi, but I was mentioning people with pop up tents, and I was using you guys as the model for that, which is you can sit there and you can try to destroy people's houses, but if you have a castle and you've got a bunch of people in tents outside, you can destroy those tents. It's real easy to put up another tent, but you're at a disadvantage because you actually have something that you need to, you actually have a physical structure that took time to build, a name that took time to build, all of this stuff. Like, it's not as easy to rebuild that. That's why that whole deplatforming thing works so well, because you may have, I mean, look at them on YouTube versus D Live. You may have 260,000 people, but they're not, if that channel gets taken down, they're not necessarily going to get recommended your stuff again. They're not going to hear it through the grapevine. Some people are deeply connected to your channel, and some people are peripherally connected to your channel. So all of those subs you got from Rogan, all of those subs you got from Crowder, all of those subs you got from Shapiro, and all the exposure there, they're not necessarily going to hit subscribe on your next channel.
Well,
no.
but see, Semper, you just brought up a good point though, because from where I sit, like I've been building the Whitfield report for years and years and years, even before I came in contact with Owen. And so when the gummy incident hit, I had the bears coming after my channel and my podcast and whatnot, just because I was merely associated with Johnny. So they were doing the same thing,
So
attacking my structure.
so I
Yeah,
mean,
but
here's
that's what happens. I mean, Johnny and Alan in the beginning, and then I think there was a comment from Apex too. But just simply because I had a bear name, there were assumptions that were made.
so
That
here's my point though is so we went after Nimmer and Owen did this and that, said this and that, and basically crushed us with the fucking narrative that we're all fucking meth head liars, and everybody believed him, man. And nobody fucking believed us with Nimmer. It took literally Chuck 6 months later pulling the FOIA request on his own. But so we walked away for 6 months. I had nothing to do with the Bears. Nothing. I was doing my own thing, and
Yep.
we didn't even talk about the fucking Bears. The DZ had basically dissolved, and at that point, like Sirio came back, and Owen had just finished Phoenix. I guess he was talking about the New Mexico show, the Albuquerque show, and he mentioned some people sent gummy dicks with poison, and we knew, dude, like he was talking about us. So Sirio fucking gets in contact with me. He's like, "Yo, you gotta, you gotta hear this shit, right?" And so fucking when when I started listening through ROTC and shit, I found Porcelain, and then we got to know ROTC. But right then, when I found ROTC, was when he named the gummies on me. Now, I hadn't had anything to do with him for 6 months, but suddenly people were going after him about Nimmer again, and so he assumed it was me. There was quite a time where people thought ROTC was the DZ. Like they were all very confused. They thought I was Mersh. They were confused as shit. And the Bears in
that's
general.
because Owen was confused on it.
Yeah. So fucking anyways, I'd been gone for forever. So when Owen decided to fucking bring me back up, and not just like a fucking, oh, this guy's a fucking gamma, in a in a when I give the word, kill them all kind of way.
Gamma wasn't even in his vernacular at the time. That
Yeah,
was that
when-
wasn't a thing yet.
Yeah, that was a Vox creation.
yeah. So it's like when I give the word, kill them all, and like I'm sitting here and I'm sitting here doing the math on 250,000 people. What's 1% of 1% of 250,000? That's enough to fucking murder me. And
To
1%,
murder all of us.
yeah, 1% of 1% is a pretty reasonable figure for how many crazy people exist in Owen's audience of 250,000 people. So, to be fair, that 1% of 1% is more than me. It's like
Mhm.
2.5 people, right? So, it doesn't take a whole lot of his crazy audience to fucking want to murder me or do bad things to me or my family because they think that I've tried to murder a child. So when Owen comes at me like that and attacks me like that, um, you know, it's like okay, well, now I'm going to do everything I can to disprove what you're saying about me because I can't afford to sue you. That's just out of the fucking question. Like, just not even in. It's not even in my realm, dude. I don't have 30 grand laying around to fucking throw around for a year. So that's out of the fucking question. He knows that. And so all I can do is piece together fucking videos with the DZ guys, and we did that. And slowly, he just kept fucking mentioning me. He kept mentioning the DZ, the gummies. He wouldn't shut up about it. And at that point, like for 3 months after he said that shit, dude, I went silent. Like ROTC never even talked to me. I never talked to those dudes.
Yeah.
Fucking not once, dude. They made me a mod on their fucking channel without ever talking to me. Like, I never talked to anybody, bro. The DZ did all the talking for me because I was so fucking freaked out. Like, I literally thought he was gonna have people come fucking murder me. And the way I saw the Nimmer shit end before was not good. Like, not good. He fucking won that battle. And like, dude, we had the information that Nimmer was full of shit and he was a liar. And Owen fucking turned it around and made us all look like liars. So now I have this guy telling people I'm trying to murder fucking children. And I've seen how it ended up the first time. And like, there's no way, dude, I'm ever gonna let that guy get a fucking leg up on me. So people like don't understand like why I still make videos, why I fucking harp on about this shit. But dude, I can tell you what I went through with that. Uh, if it was, dude, a weaker fucking person than me, somebody definitely could have fucking killed themselves or gotten out of hand and somebody gotten hurt, dude, because it was fucking serious. You ask anybody in that DZ, there's a lot of us in there. And every one of us was fucking on red alert.
Well, and
For
that's
months.
why I make the distinction between the way that the way that you were treated in the takedown and the way that I was treated in the takedown. Um, you know, there's a huge difference between the two, and that's why I was saying if he would have done the stuff that he did to you to me,
Mhm.
I would feel the same way. So that's one of the distinctions I make to try to get people to understand why you do what you do,
Yeah.
because you were a well, you were an infamous name, um, and there was a certain perception that was drawn based on the information, the only information that any of, I say us, but it's not us, but any of the bears at the time knew, and it was what the picture that was painted by Vox. And so, once I did, actually, I would say Alan was the catalyst for me to stop and go, wait a minute, this is not
The picture that was
uh,
painted by
the
Vox, you
picture that was
say?
painted, no, picture that was painted by Owen.
Oh.
So when Alan hit me, and and then I shut everything down for a weekend to try to figure out what I was going to do, because the last thing I wanted to do was allow Alan to start downloading all my shit and clipping it up, right? So so
Ah,
so I was reading his stuff on his channel, but I wasn't saying anything. And then I was watching, even though I asked them not to, I was watching a bunch of bears go in there and just rail on him for making that video, right? But I was watching Alan's channel, and one of the things Alan said in his channel that like really got me to start thinking, okay, well, maybe the depiction of these people is different than what it reality is Alan was like, damn, I didn't want him to shut his channel down. I was just, having fun. I think he's like a good dude. And so I looked at that and I went, okay, well, maybe I can have a conversation with this guy. Maybe he's not what I think he is. And then he ended up coming into my channel. And I'd asked him, I said, hey, I'm going to tell the bears in there, even the ones that have had fights with you, that, that when you're in the channel, when you're in the chat, just be cordial with each other. You don't have to like each other, just be cordial. And I lost a lot of people. Like there were several people that was like, I just can't do it. I can't do it. And I was like, all right, sorry. Well, then, I mean, if you talk shit to him, I'm going to have to ban you. And then Alan came in and he was respectful to people around. He did exactly what I asked. And this guy I didn't know that I thought was a fucking monster, that I thought was a super troll, that I was told was,
I mean, he is a super troll.
He is a super troll. He's next level. But I thought he was this evil piece of shit that Owen had painted out. And this guy came in and he actually respected the rules of my house. Whereas other people were like, I just can't. And that was kind of the moment to where I started going, okay, I need to start actually looking at, other sides outside of this to try to form my opinion of things that aren't even related to these two people. Because you may have data that's not correlated, but that data could give you an indication of where to look in something that's not correlated with the other data set, if that makes any sense. And so when I started seeing that, then I started hearing stuff in Owen with him talking about other people that had nothing to do with you or Alan or anything else, but categorizing them in the same way. And I started going, oh, okay, I see how all this works. All right. And that was kind of the thing to where, I started looking, and then he started not, he wasn't even attempting to be funny anymore. It was just anger and rage. And I just kind of went like, this isn't fun anymore. Like, this isn't interesting anymore. It's just him being pissed off at everybody all the time.
Dude, and that's the biggest thing, dude. I wish I could convey to the bears that exist as bears now, even though I want nothing to do with them. But I want them to understand that the communities that they've formed can still exist without the terrible influence of Owen and having to give their money to him. Like, just turn them off and go create a chat room somewhere, guys. That's all you need to do, because that's what we've all done. As groups leave, we create smaller communities, and then sometimes our communities collide. Like your community and the DZ seem to get along pretty well. And some of the other bears who have left, like me and Pender, are fucking buddies now. Like, I told that guy to die alone in a ditch, and now, dude, I have mad respect for him. So it's strange how we all hated each other at some point or another, or we all had clashes with each other at some point or another over Owen, and what one of us believed about Owen and one of us didn't believe about Owen. And then when it's all said and done, we all come together and we're like, man, like you're an okay guy, I'm an okay guy, but Owen is so full of shit. He's fucking. It's interesting to watch the communities come together again after, like even after all of the hateful shit that's been said and done between some of us, like even Base Texan, bro, like I fucking hated that dude. And now it's like, he's whatever, whatever. Like he's a good example of what people did for Owen, but I have no interest in making his life miserable at all. Like I could.
And I did a stream
chat
on
room
that.
with him. Be fine.
I did a stream on that after the Allen thing happened. I did a stream on it where I was talking about, because Owen had snapped on something, and I was still there at the time. And so I came on and I said, look, in fact, that's why the empathy thing hit me so hard, where I was like, you can't come out and be Mr. Empathy now. You literally did a stream where you said that empathy was for the weak, that you were a woman, and that it was inherently a female trait. You can't come out
Yeah.
and be Mr. Empathy now. Stop it.
No, he's an empath, bro.
Yeah,
he sees auras.
and so after he did that stream on the empathy thing where he started going off on empathy, it was I did a stream where I was like, look, having empathy for people is a good thing. Having empathy for people is what stops you from escalating, standing back, trying to understand somebody on the internet who said something shitty, that maybe it was a misunderstanding, and maybe you should actually talk to that person online, and maybe you should actually understand where that person's coming from, so you could then turn around and clarify. Because if you don't do that, then that person comes up and punches you in the nose, and you turn around and you shove a knife in that person, and then that person comes around and shoots you in the face, and then you come around and lob a grenade at that person, and then so on and so forth, until you're launching nukes to try to destroy that person's life over
Dude, you
a
have no idea, bro.
misunderstanding.
Yeah, empathy is what literally kept me from going to Owen's house and shoving a fence post down his fucking throat. Like, if I didn't understand how he got to the conclusions that he got to and understand the situations that he had to deal with around him, I literally may have gone and done something terrible. But I had to, like, sit back and go, man, like, okay, he's been lied to. He probably believes this. So let's deal with it from there.
Well, and I'm working on a stream about doxing and the dangerous thing about doxing, because the like when you think of doxing, you think, oh, you're going to release somebody's name and address, and they're going, some crazy psychopath is going to come to their house and they're going to do something to hurt them. But that's not the most dangerous thing. That's quick. It's like I was used to tell people that if when I die, what I want is, I want a good 10 or 15 years worth of retirement, and then just hit me with a Mack truck like Final Destination style, where I just step out on a street and a fucking bus just turns me into mist, right? Because
Yep,
it's
lights
quick
out.
and you die and you don't have pain. The worst thing in my world, and especially after the spine surgery and all the 4 years of spine pain that was just hell, and after all of that, the last thing I would want to do is slowly die over the course of 10 or 15 years of just rotting away internally. That sucks. And so when you look at doxing, it's not somebody's coming to my house. What it is what Vox did to Davey, where you create a stream and you put that person's name in that stream. So people may not even know your address. They don't know how to get to you. They don't know where you work. But if you have a big enough person that makes a big enough noise with your physical name in that stream, and you're saying crazy shit and deserve it, then the next job you go for, they're going to search your name on Google. And when they do that, your name is going to come up with all of these videos about you being a pedophile and you being this and you being that. And nobody's going to fucking want that drama. Whether they believe it or not, they're going to look at it and go, yeah, this guy's a little bit too hot to handle. But everybody Googles your name. So luckily for me, there's a guy who was an arsonist that has my name. So you got to go about 10 pages down before you find anything in regards to my name.
That's lucky for you. I got the fucking bears starting Reddit fucking subreddits about me with my real name, saying that I'm a child murderer.
Yeah,
so, I mean,
and so when that happens, and the thing is that you may never even know. You just know that you had a killer interview and you just never got the job.
Yep.
And you'll never know. And that is the danger, in regards of being doxxed. That's why you are a fool if you stream with your own name and it's not your career. You know, because somebody can look at it and just see a streamer and say, I don't want somebody who streams working for me. That's too much of a liability, and people do that all of the time. And so I'm working on like a full stream in regards to that, just so people understand how dangerous it is. I don't know, maybe people want to destroy other people's lives, but I don't think people understand the full ramifications. And I certainly, for people who are constantly posting crazy or constantly streaming crazy ass shit into their live streams, I don't think they understand that there's going to come a point where they just simply can't get a job.
Yeah, yeah, it's really wild, dude. It's really wild. And you know, like for me, dude, like Owen, when it really comes down to it, like him saying my name, it changed my life. It changed how I do a lot of things online, and it changed the way that I interact with people. But and it definitely changed the way I look at a lot of things. Like I've learned a lot about mind control and manipulating people and the ways that when dude, he's really good at that shit. It's fucked up. But so like he's changed me in a lot of ways, but like again, like one of the crazy things and like dude, you should ask some of the people in the DZ because they got to experience what I was like for a few months. And um, I went from being myself to being a completely different fucking person, like overnight, like overnight, dude. Like it was, huh. So I could see again, like a weaker person, dude. If he did that to somebody younger than me, less experienced, somebody who didn't have a support network like the DZ around me to help me, dude, they could have just gone and killed themselves instead of dealing with it.
Yeah,
You
people
know?
do all the time.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, let me ask you this question. It's not off topic, but just my morbid curiosity. So we're what, 2 years post the
Um,
major shit going down?
he
Yeah, just
yeah. So
about
major stuff happened
almost.
about 2 years ago, but he named me and all the poison shit.
About
That
what, a
was
year and a half ago?
December 24th, 2018.
If you had the ability to go back and just erase that moment, would you do it?
Yeah.
Would you?
Yep.
Oh, see, I wouldn't. There's been some really bad shit that has happened to me. You know, take the dog incident that
Mm-hmm.
I would never want to see again. I would never want to do it. It caused all kinds of pain. It brought a riptide through my life. But I wouldn't be as wise as I am now without going through that. I wouldn't be as strong as I am without going through that. And so as a result of that, not wanting to be a different person than I am now, I wouldn't go back and change that, even
Yeah, I
though
mean,
it was the worst moment of my life.
yeah, I mean, I've learned a lot of things, and dude, I've been through a lot of fucking things. I've been to jail, dude. I've been a lot of things, man. Um, but having that kind of stress, dude, where you literally think you're gonna have a heart attack for like 3 months straight, I don't fucking any amount of shit I learned ain't worth that, dude. It ain't worth that. It's not worth me having to worry about the shit that you were talking about because all of that's crossed my mind. Like, 20 years down the road, dude, what happens if I am in some giant construction firm and I'm leading this and that and like that shit comes up, you know? Like
Yeah.
what happens like you never know. Like it might not be tomorrow. It might be fucking 20 years from now. What happens if I go to get fucking married or something and the guy at the church looks me up and he gets that and they won't do my wedding. It like you never know how it could affect you.
Yeah.
And now for the rest of my life, every new person that I meet, I get to wonder if they somehow have gone out of their way to make it a point to meet me. So it's changed my life, dude, in a lot of ways that people don't understand. Like I am wary of everybody now. If you approach me and you message me out of the blue somewhere online, I will probably not respond to you because I think that you're trying to set me up for Owen. Because it's been done to me. It's been done. I watched people that I thought were my friends try to blackmail me. It didn't work. I've seen the nastiest shit out of people out of this that I never thought I'd see. I've watched people that I'm close to fucking who deserved none of this. None of this. None of us did. But they especially deserve none of this. I've watched them break down in fucking tears for a year over this. I don't wish this ever fucking happened. Ever.
And that Johnny is the story about you that people need to understand. That's what needs to get out, because that's the side of all of this internet bullshit that nobody understands. That's the reason that when people want me to get involved in these fights, when people, think that I'm a pussy because I refuse to fight on the internet, when it comes to stuff, when it comes to stuff like, some of the criticisms I've gotten from the Nate side and stuff like that, oh, he's a little bitch, he won't fight back. And it's like, no, I'm not going to, because A, it's not worth it. B, there's nothing right now that's in jeopardy. And C, I can see the direction that this goes. And it's a dangerous direction that could get way out of hand, way fast. And if the right people get involved, it could potentially affect my life for decades. And I don't think people understand that on the internet, especially when they're in their anger. They don't understand that if you start lobbing back, you're going to offend somebody to the point where they get to that level to where they're like, I want to destroy this person. And they're not thinking clearly at the moment.
That's the most important lesson I think I've learned this year, is that you can attack people all you want, but you can never forget that they have every fucking ability to come at you too. And you can't stop them from what they do online. They can do whatever they want.
Yep.
There's no stopping anybody. So you better pick and choose and know what the fuck you're doing. And I think I think that's one of the reasons that I've been effective against Owen, is because like I know how to counter him very well, and I know what he's going to do next. And when I go at him, I give him zero fucking room. Like he knows he's going to get fucking called out. And like one of the reasons I stopped making videos for a while was, number one, because it was done. And then the day after, like it really sunk in when that dude went to the Flat Earth convention and brought me up, and I'm like, whoa, 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 don't do that. I mean, it's turned out
no,
that
shit, he's like the kerosene.
Yeah, I'm like, fuck, don't, no, fuck, no, not me again, dude, just let it die. But like I really
had
do.
that moment yet where I'm looking at something on a video, going, "Oh shit, no, don't say my name."
Just stop, dude. Like, and what I really don't want to is like somebody approaching Owen on my behalf and something bad happening to them because of it. Because like, dude, Owen is unpredictable as fuck, and so are his people, and like, I just rather people not. It turns out, dude, what that kid did has really helped my whole cause because of the things that Owen said there. He made it.
We've had a solid. There we go.
Okay.
All right, we're back.
Okay, I guess we're back. Sorry about that, folks. The conference thing that we're using, which, by the way, shout out to Jesse Spots for recommending this platform to me. Evidently it canceled. It just shut itself off. So,
well, unlike D Live, when you start it back up again, it comes back on. Nice.
Yeah. So
Anyways, I think I was saying like I don't want anybody approaching him on my behalf because shit's unpredictable and like I don't want to be fucking held responsible for trying to radicalize anybody to whatever. Because
Well,
I
and
had
that's
nothing
a
to do
problem with
with
the
that.
internet as a whole is that they've monetized radicalization. So what you do is you get people who are trying to get attention, and the only way to really get attention is to do something horribly controversial. And the last thing you want to
Yeah.
do is have some crazy person doing controversial shit in your name.
Yeah. So, oh yeah, Joe Bauer. So, like, yeah, like it was cool of him and shit, but like it freaked me out a little bit. I'll be honest with you, it freaked me out. But like, it was cool. It turned out really good with what Owen said. It proved that he's absolutely full of shit. But it still freaked me out. And like,
Well,
I don't know, just
I'm glad all of his crazy cringy shit happened
but like,
after he walked out into the hallway because it went way south when he walked into that hallway.
yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, dude, like you can start a channel and you can talk shit, dude, and then suddenly it turns into real life and you're not even there, you know?
Yeah.
And you have nothing to do with it. And it's like, dude, what the fuck, man? Like that's not what I want. Like there's plenty of other shit to fucking even attack on about. Like, how come nobody's gotten their shirts from unauthorized yet? Fucking why are you guys live streaming yet? Or there's a lot of shit to go after him for, but I don't know. I don't know.
well,
Anyways, yeah. But so I do again, like, and it's I don't know. So I keep making the videos. Number one, dude, to just remind Owen, hey, I'm fucking here. I'm watching you, because he needs to be babysat. And number two is to try to fucking help some people wake up. Number three, document his insanity. So if he ever does fuck with me, like there's all this documented evidence of him being a crazy, insane fuck. And you know, yeah, try to keep people off my back. And I'll tell you what, dude, like I I've woken up a number of fucking people. That's for damn sure. I've had a lot of people come to me and be like, "Bro, this video, this was the one that got me." I'm like, "Good,
Well,
good man."
that's why that Exodus stream is still up on my thing. It's the only bear reference stream that I have. Well, no, I take that back because I left the Theoretical Tuesday stuff up as well. But um, you know, the only one that was specifically designed, uh, for quote unquote bear community. The only one that's left up that was specifically bear directed was the Exodus stream because it's one of those streams where when you're hearing gamma 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 gamma, you can go watch that stream, and the vast majority of that stream was actually quite complimentary to the bear community,
Hmm.
and I've had a lot of people on both sides, bear and anti-bear, both say like that stream, it was very graceful the way you did that stream. And I knew that horror was going to get chopped out. I knew it was, and I was fine with that. But the vast majority of that was gave the ability to, because I knew that it was going to get an influx of haters coming through when I did it. But what I wanted to do was just put something out there that shows, hey, I was in this community for a long time and I enjoyed being in this community for a long time. And so here's the reason I can't be a part of this anymore. And so that way, when I was being hit with that gamma tag, people would come over to watch it in order to hate, and they would look at it and go, "Okay, well, I mean, this isn't bad.
I,
This is actually complimentary."
I think
And
it's
then maybe actually open their
that's
ears and listen.
I think it's really important to have that stuff because I'm not that graceful about it. And also I have different intentions with Owen than you have with Owen. But that I think there's a big need for that kind of approach to it. Like again, I'm more of a I will shame you for being an Owen watcher. I will figure out what it is that bothers you and makes you feel uncomfortable about watching Owen, and I will dig into you on that. And I will try to break you off from Owen. So there's nothing Owen hates more than losing good bears. And there's nothing Owen hates
Then why
more
does
than
he
his
why
good
does he
bears
dump them all
fucking
the time?
more than he hates than his bears fraternizing with us.
Hey, hey, Jesse, I'm still here. You forgot 3
What
gammas.
chance you get?
So, well, I mean, to my point, I mean, I guess one of the things that I recently did was in December. I'm not even sure you and I had connected at this point, but back in January on my birthday, I put out my whole like autobiography basically in a live stream just because I figured, I'm enough of a public figure and I got caught up in Ellen. So,
We
you
are the
know,
Tres Gamitos.
it's time that
Gamigos. Gamigos. That's what it is. The Tres Gamigos.
yeah, we are the Tres Amigos. That's perfect.
Well, the
So,
killer thing for me is that my fucking YouTube channel, I submitted my link. And so now every time I give out my Streamlabs, I have to sigh and go, Semper Bear.
uh,
I can't change it. I can't fucking change it.
I'm locked out of my channel, and I've also lost 3 other ones to people fucking reporting me. So I feel you, man. YouTube's a motherfucker, and so is all the programs that work with it.
Oh shit.
yeah,
Beanfield, you haven't sent any handwritten letters yet? Damn it.
I am never, ever, ever sending Owen anything ever in the mail. Not, not never. Dude, I made one joke about maybe I get coronavirus and I send him a fucking an apology letter, and then I'm like, somebody reminded me that I'll get blamed for a biological attack through the fucking mail, and I'm like, fuck, dude.
guys, he sent me an infected letter. He said he had
Guys,
coronas.
send me an infected thank you note. He's trying to kill my family with thank yous.
Well, listen, I am completely against doxing in any way, shape, or form, except for one very specific person. I need to have Faggot Bear doxed. I want to know who that is so I can send them some type of support, maybe Streamlabs or something. I want to make sure that Faggot Bear gets the proper credit for being fucking hilarious and amazing.
You know what, dude? I think I don't know who Faggot Bear is, but I do know we are surrounded by a few of Owen's ex-friends. I know that for sure. Especially on my old channel, there was some special people watching. So people are watching. Um, yeah,
But
it's.
so those gummies got sent from the manufacturer, right?
I would
I
assume, bro. I didn't order them.
Oh, wow. Look at me
Pete,
making assumptions.
Pete, that's what I keep telling people. Like, I yeah, bro, I had absolutely nothing to do with it. Like,
Holy shit, that is new information for me.
it wasn't my idea. It wasn't my money. It wasn't me. I had nothing to do with it. It
Wow,
was,
you won the shit lottery on that one, huh?
bro. Owen literally came up with my name out of the fucking blue because he remembered how hard I went at Nimmer. And
Oh, that
again,
I did not know, sir.
yeah, yeah, it was wild, dude. Like he just pulled it out of the blue. I was literally sitting there going, jaw on the floor, going, "What the fuck just happened here? Holy shit!" And I'm watching Mersh, and Mersh is going, "You can't do that! You can't
No,
do
I
that!
remember that.
That's illegal!"
with his little with his little googly eye just going all over the place.
Man, I gotta say, like, I'm not the his biggest fan, but he did give us a lot of fucking, specifically me, a lot of solid, positive push in that whole thing. So
yeah, me too.
that was good. As far as I'm concerned, he is what he is, and that's
Oh,
that.
see, he cracks me up. He hasn't done anything
Way.
negative to me yet.
It is what it is, bro. I gave him a fucking apology for talking shit, and he went and talked more shit. I don't care. I'm over it. So he's Mersh, and I'm Johnny, and that's that. So, but yeah, dude, they did help a lot, dude. Porcelain, fucking, he's an absolute savior. A lot of people, dude. Jesse Spots, dude. He
Those
gave me
porcelain
great
videos did a lot of
interviews.
good for a lot of people too.
I think,
Je-
yeah, I think the Jesse Spots interviews woke a lot of people up.
Jesse is actually in the chat, so yeah,
Yeah,
wanna,
I gotta sub to him because I need to watch some of those.
we want
They're-
to. So
We
yeah,
did
Jesse, thank you
two
again.
nights. It was good, man. Real good. He's a great interviewer. We went over a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff. Like the whole story was gone over
I
well.
think it might have been Spots, the one that I saw, the interview. I saw one interview that was about an hour and a half where you just kind of went through everything, and I was like, wow, that's drastically different than what I thought it was.
That
Yeah,
was either
Humanized
mine
you.
or Jesse's.
Yeah, it was one of the two. I don't think it was
yeah.
yours though, Sam, because I would have remembered that.
You know that's one of the great things about the whole Alan Powell troll, though, is because it showed what Owen is capable of doing, what he did to me. But my story was so convoluted. Like you, for instance, just now realized, even though we've been talking for however many months off and on, like that I didn't even send the gummies.
Yeah, I had no
Everybody
idea until about 5 minutes or until about 2 minutes
thinks,
ago.
yeah, everybody thinks I sent the gummies to troll him. I didn't even troll him, dude. Like I had nothing. So, like I don't even know who sent the gummies. I
None of us do.
they don't know. And dude, I've asked. I have fucking asked. Who sent fucking gummies?
I've
No,
the you want you want to know the funny thing though, Johnny. I'm not even sure if I've told you this. I've gotten emails from multiple people claiming that they sent the gummies,
yeah,
but
yeah.
like
No, it
I mean,
was.
I've
And
had
no,
trolls
Annabelle's
tell
right.
me.
It was Carlos Danger. That was
Yeah,
the one that I watched.
yeah. That was
if
my other name before.
if it was the Carlos Danger one, then it was mine that you watched, Semper. You probably just didn't know who I was
That's a
back then.
possibility. It didn't
So
have any faces on it, so I'm
Well,
very much a visual person.
that
yeah.
yeah that was us. So
Well, so yeah. So it was like, but my the whole gummy thing was so convoluted, and so much of it was just outright fucking bullshit. Like it just, I don't even know, dude. And the gummies, dude, I did the math personally today 'cause somebody asked me. Yeah, well, I was given the dates, but so December 24th was the day he came forward and said that the poison gummies came to him. December 24th. In July prior was when they were received. July. I mean, that's a long fucking time.
Now I remember watching the stream live when they got there.
Yeah, it's a
He thought it was
long,
hilarious.
dude. I didn't even see that stream. I didn't. I wasn't even watching at that point. Like I was gone from the whole Nimmer thing. We walked away and left. The last thing I think I fucking remember doing to the Bears was like I went in. I signed up to one of the Bear website, the BNN or whatever it was, the Bear News Network. I signed up as Owen Benjamin, and I went in there and I told all the fucking people writing stories that they were an embarrassment to me. They needed to do better work if they wanted to participate. Bro, they started emailing Owen, and he had to address it on stream. He's like, "Listen, that's a troll. That's not me." High
See,
level.
sometimes it's just funny as hell. Like sometimes, like it's like the one I did tonight where I was towards the end. I think you guys were already on this, but towards the end, I started talking about moving from community to community once you exhaust all of your uh, once you exhaust all of your the resources that you can pull from one community, you move to the other one. And I had a pause video of Owen, and I kept switching back and forth between my my overlay where it's just me and then my video overlay as I was talking about it, just to kind of drive the point home. But it wasn't really drive the point home as much as it was I was cracking up because I had this little porn slash scratch through weird equation as he was talking about the Mandela effect and what he believes it was, because it made no sense.
Dude, that's the shit that kills them, bro. You meme them, bro, they get fucking mad.
And so I kept switching back and forth as I was talking about it because I thought it was hilarious. I was cracking myself up. And sometimes, like, I watch a lot of Alan stuff that he does, and I'm just like, God, like, he's creating, I know he's creating those videos and just laughing his ass off as he's putting it together.
Yeah, bro, he's one of the most creative trolls I've fucking seen. I sometimes have wondered if Alan is like our guardian angel from the FBI, comes to fucking fuck with Owen with us. Cause man, he's good. He's fucking good. I'm just like, wow, wow, bro.
No, this bean pill saga is starting to get, like, so the videos are just getting more and more hilarious.
Let me tell you something about Alan real quick. The first time I encountered Alan was in the Unbearables Facebook group way back in the day, and this was right after the gummy incident happened, and at the time, like, in the Unbearable Facebook group, like, it was Christmas time, and some of the bears were getting like super preachy about Christmas and all that stuff. And so Alan comes into the Unbearable Facebook group and is just like, is this a fundamentalist Christian group? Where can I sign up? And Base Texan is like, this is another DZ troll. Avoid. Well, then Alan, who was running the Facebook group at the time, decided to make Alan and I mods of the Facebook group. So anytime Base tried to say something about the danger zone in the Facebook group, we would ban him from the group for like 5 minutes. So,
I mean, dude, that's essentially how we became the most dangerous fucking internet trolls on the internet, dude. Is just fucking making memes of these people, making fun of the fact that they believed this dude had cancer, and then we just became the worst fucking people because we made fun of cancer.
That's also
fun of cancer and get away with it, boy.
You can't say that.
Yeah, and then fucking 6 months later, it's like, and I don't even think he has cancer. No, you don't say. You don't fucking say. It only acts up when you're mad at him? Really? Jesus, Owen. I don't get it. Nobody told me. Okay. All right.
You only seem to come out of remission when something bad happens.
Dude, he literally fucking told me he was going to sue me over comments about Eric on his Vimeo because I cost them money. And then 6 months later, he's like, "You stole $10,000 from me. That's a felony."
You were going to tortuously interfere with him? Is that what you did?
Bro, that's what I straight did. I did it. Too bad he deleted the evidence. He deleted the comments.
Yeah, but you know what's funny, guys, is Eric and Nimmer's special is still up there on Vimeo for $5.
On Owen's Vimeo, which I thought he was banned from Vimeo, which is fucking weird because I know he told everybody he was banned from Vimeo last month. but it's still there for sale on his Vimeo. I don't get it.
Is it the same? Is it the same channel?
Yeah.
They say, see,
Because
they
he
set up a
does that
separate
multiple
channel
channel
for
thing.
his.
Like I believe his 260, I believe his 260,000 account got nuked. But that the one that he had monetized, with the way that monetization works on YouTube, it's impossible. Like once you get your channel nuked, there's literally nothing to connect AdSense to. So
Yeah.
they don't have an avenue to send money, which is why they're in that situation. Now that's by design,
I'm
but
I'm gonna go to the
the
bathroom,
literal
guys.
reality is if
Keep
that
going.
account got nuked, there would be nothing to connect to your AdSense, so they wouldn't pay you. That's why ROTC's in the position they're in. That's why Johnny. That's why Crocco's original channel, he ain't getting that money back.
Well, see, what they don't have is they don't have a guy named Coddington set up another channel and have him get paid and then cut Owen the money. Because that's how that worked. It's exactly how that worked. I know, dude. I was friends with Delev. Dude, I was super close with Delev and fucking. I know what the fuck was going on. He was paying both of them, dude. And Delev and Coddington closed down that chat and made it members only when the Nimmer stuff came out to try to keep the Nimmer stuff at bay. They were trying to hide it, dude. And that's why they entered the member shit. Um, Again, like Owen, that money, bro, that was going to the first channel that got fucking whopped. I think he just shut down everything on that channel and then it got fucking nuked. But I don't think because he was able to monetize the second channel, uh, even though it's on his name, it's under Coddington. I remember Coddington saying that he set that channel up, and have another third channel that's set up, and he's
Is it?
running shit on Owen Benjamin comedy.
Oh, see, is it even possible that he believes that channel got nuked by YouTube, and he just doesn't understand how the logistics work between
Well, see,
AdSense and YouTube?
I don't think that he understands any of it because Coddington handles it all for him. In fact, he understands so little, he still doesn't understand the difference between a copyright strike and a fucking copyright takedown.
Yeah, I never believed that he understood what they had done to Mersh until he was already too far past it and couldn't back down.
He didn't even do it.
Yeah,
Fucking
that's what.
Delev did it.
Yeah, when he first started talking about that, I really and still to this day, really honestly, truly believe that he had no idea that Mersh had been struck.
No, no, like I think what would happen because, and right about after that time, dude, was when Delev took off, dude. She
And
just started
since then,
getting
I
too
don't
much
think he's
shit.
struck anybody that I remember. Like
No,
he's always.
he
I
lets
mean,
me
I
know,
don't know
hey,
what he does to your channel as far as because I mean, I figure you bring stuff up and then pull it back down like a day or two later just to kind of keep ahead of the game.
mm-hmm.
Um, but uh, but that would be one of the credits that I would send Owens way is that he doesn't try to do that stupid bullshit of copyright striking channels that are critical of him and making you do all the legwork to get it reinstated.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't do that because then they get my address, and I would never give Vox my address. Owen can have it; he already has it, but Vox, no. Um, which Owen would probably give it to him anyways. But they don't. Those two don't fucking dare strike me, bro. Yeah, I mean, imagine how it would look, dude, to do a fucking takedown on the channel of the guy who you falsely accuse of trying to murder children.
Yeah.
It would look real fucking bad. The internet would just go kind of nuts. So the two of them, dude, like again, dude, Owen, he's still, dude, scared the fucking shit of me. Like I think just recently, in fact, I'm almost certain, dude, when the cops showed up to his house for the CPS shit or whatever, I'm almost certain, dude. He initially thought it was me, and like, or something, or Ty. I guess probably probably thought it was Ty, but I
Yeah, I
think
think he thought it was
one thing
Ty.
that he realized in that whole thing.
Now, I can guarantee you, after looking at that FOIA and knowing Ty, I
Yeah.
guarantee you it wasn't Ty. Wow, Sam. Wow.
Well, I'll tell you, I think the one thing that he realized out of that whole thing was that it wasn't me, and that I'm not the guy who's out to do that shit to him, and that's fucking, and it's not me, and I'm not coming after him like that. And I think he breathed a big sigh of relief. I think I was talking to Jesse Spots on one of his podcasts right afterwards, and I think Owen watched it because within a day or two he had a very different tune, and he was like very relieved. So, and he still hadn't had the investigation finished up, but I think he again finally realized like all these people who were after me are just trolls, and they're not, like he had a couple of streams where he kind of like explained all of that. Like he just figured out like we're not out to fucking ruin him, we're just out to fuck with him.
Yeah.
So, you know, honestly, dude, like I gotta say, like as much as I want Owen to shut the fuck up and stop, I would rather see him turn his shit around. Like again, I still, God, dude, it's so disgusting to say, dude, but like he does have some way to redeem himself. Uh, Everybody can be fucking humbled, and everybody can be redeemed. And dude, if he would do a few things, and not just me, but like a lot, it would take a lot of fucking people just being like fucking sorry, and I
I
don't
think
want
it
to
was
mind for.
possible pre-Vox. I don't think it's possible now. I think he's gone full dictator. I don't think he can come back. I
I
honestly
think I
don't.
think he's still got a way. I don't think he has the ability, but I still think there's a path. But I still got some kind of, I don't know. At least I always say like out for him. Like give him an out. Like, so that's kind of like my out for him is like you still can fucking do this if you want it, but you need to fucking listen.
Yeah.
And as much
I'm
as
that
my
guy.
videos are very critical of him and stuff, it works with him. That's what he responds to. He definitely doesn't respond to people being like, "Oh, come on, Owen, like you really should do this," and like he doesn't respond to that shit, dude, like
Yeah.
at all. I've tried that approach, and he stomps on it. So yeah, but
So have
again,
fun
like I
making
was saying,
videos.
man.
It is.
Yeah, well, no, I mean, again, like I was saying, dude, it's good to have like people do videos like Jesse Spots does them, and you do them. In a
And
way,
I
I guess ROTC does them. I think they still cover Owen. I guess I don't
Occasionally, when
know.
he goes nuts, I think the last thing they covered was the book burning.
Yeah, so I mean, like they're another outlet for the Bears to go to. Like it's a Pinder. I don't know how many Bears he attracts. It's good to have that, dude. And Nate, he'll do whatever he's gonna fucking do. But I honestly think, dude, like he is
I
now
don't know
going
if
through.
Owen's promoting his publishing company. He may stop trying to get Owen's attention by attacking everybody. Who knows?
I don't know, bro. I think he's now just been handed a big giant sword, and I think
Yep. Well,
that because dude, he said in his videos like that will give his life purpose.
well, he said that. I've got a clip to where he was talking about how, in fact, I think you guys ran it, where he said that being published by Vox would give his life meaning and give his life purpose. And it's
Mm.
like, oh shit, now I'm gonna start feeling bad. Fuck. Like
Well,
I'm gonna feel
now,
bad for having this view of you.
now it's like, dude, like I again, like I don't think Nate's a fucking. I don't think he's an idiot. He's an idiot.
No,
But
I think
he's
he's young. I
fuck.
think he's got a lot of
So confused, dude.
yeah,
I
he's
want
got a
him to
lot of
listen.
stuff he hasn't dealt with, and he thinks he's wiser than he is. I think
I want him,
his intelligence overreaches his wisdom.
I would like to take an hour and explain some things to Nate and just lay out some facts for him. If he'd give me the time, I'd fucking give him an hour. I'd lay out some facts for him and let him know exactly how some things have fucking gone down. And, there's a lot of people you can verify it with. And there's reasons that, I mean, just look at the trail that Owen has left. And not just of, like, famous friends that he supposedly said were friends, but, like,
I'm back, guys. I did not fall in, by the way.
I was worried you
yeah,
flushed yourself down because we all heard it.
I wasn't worried about it, but I know you live next to the ocean, dude. But,
That I do actually. So
yeah, bro.
Well,
So,
he's he's a normal person on a one-on-one conversation. So it's just the public thing it's just weird.
when you look though at the people who have been close to him and helped him along the way, you see such a fucking pattern of the people he's promoted, whatever. I mean, you can go from fucking Artling to you to
Yep.
Pinder to me to fucking he never promoted me, but
No, he never really promoted me. It was more Bass Texan and Slapweasel that was promoting me.
but yeah, and all
And
these fucking
Cutler.
people, Base Tex and fucking Maloney, um, dude, the list goes on and on and on. It's all the same shit. When you go, I think it would be a great stream, dude, to get all of us all on the same fucking stream.
Well,
Everybody who he's attacked.
here's what happens when Owen speaks your name, and it's indiscriminate. Because Nate learned the hard way about Owen speaking your name as well. Even though he didn't even get his name spoke, he was referred to as a husband. But when Owen speaks your name, two things happen. Johnny and Alan show up, and Apex, and bears start attacking you. Like you start getting hit from both sides, and you're like, "What the fuck?" But what happens is when Owen says your name, and I know what it is. I'll tell you exactly what you do. You're watching him spiral on something, and then you hear someone's name that is streaming for him or doing music for him, and you go, I want to see what this stupid motherfucker is doing. And you click on their name and you search them and you start watching their shit. And then, sometimes you find, a clip or two or something like that you can go. And then sometimes you hit solid gold, like everybody did with Nate. And then you just start going after him. And then internal bears that look at it and go, oh, I like that guy because I should be in that position. They start coming after you, and it's just like, stop it.
for me with Nate, dude, like it was very different with Nate, dude. Like I really examined that situation before I got involved in it, and I saw Nate was attacking to protect Owen, and so, like, dude, I knew right then and there, like these bears who are Owen's guys, right? They're gonna be easy for me to talk to, because they're now in a position where basically I was at, right?
Mm-hmm.
People attacking them to save Owen, right? So we've seen this before. So all I got to do is talk to these guys, and before I do that, dude, I make fun of Nate a little bit. Number one, dude, I know, dude, like if I make fun of Nate, a lot of people are gonna see it. They're gonna come make fun of fucking Nate, and the kid's gonna spiral. And number two, like these guys have already been making fun of him for fucking months. Like months, dude. and so it was just
Yeah,
such
it was
easy
hardcore too.
fucking dude. It was just such an easy fucking target. So
Well,
I
and when he threatened you and Alan on that one stream, I just like right when it happened, I just shook my head and went, "Oh, dude,
yeah
no, don't threaten him.
don't do it.
Don't tell him you're gonna shoot him. No."
Yeah, like that's really not a like. See, I'm not. Dude, I'm not even the guy that cares, bro. What? Alan's gonna get you, boy, 'cause you took his
Right.
channel. You don't shut. That's the one thing you don't do on YouTube, man. You don't fucking take people's channels.
No, well, that is there are very few rules on the internet, but that is one. I mean, you've seen like big people like DSP, stuff like that. People who used to be really big that just, I mean, I'll never forget. I can't remember who the guy was. I always forget his name, but the kill stream where Medicare just went fucking bananas on shit. I can't remember his name. It's not Darkside Phil. It's somebody else. But for it, and they were on live and they were like, show us your your report screen. Show us the screen of people you reported right now. And he wouldn't do it. And I was like, God, like there's very
Mundane
few
Matt,
people.
bro.
There are very few people that I look at and I go, that person's unequivocally a better streamer than me, and I aspire to be as good as that person at streaming. There's very few people I do that to. Medicare to me is the he's the Chris Stapleton of streaming. Like I look at it and I'll watch something and I'll go, I'll never be that good. No matter how good I get, I will never be. That dude is like a great streamer.
So I don't think about it like that, bro. I actually kind of think streamers are fucking losers because they don't have any real life skills. I would love to see streamers come hang out with me for a
No,
day.
I mean talent wise, as far as the brand and what he's doing in the streams. Like the
I
guy,
don't, it's not my thing. Just not what I aspire to do. So I don't really. I don't know.
I can respect craft, and that guy's damn good at what he does. I'm like, Jesus, like I thought his videos were like cut and the audio was cut and it was scripted, and then I watched one of his streams and it was the same thing as his videos. I was like, holy shit. Like that guy maintains character the whole fucking time.
Man, I'll tell you who was good at doing what they do was Jerry fucking Springer, man. Bring back Jerry.
Right? Because
Seriously.
Steve is a good sidekick, but he's not the best host.
Dude, I mean really, bro. Like bring back trailer park fights on a stage. That's what the people want right now. That's what they want right now. We could do it online. We could definitely do that online.
There might be too much liability in it now after that whole Jenny Jones saga that they had. That's kind of what killed it all, was that dude killing that other guy.
What?
You didn't hear it? You haven't seen that?
No.
There was a Who's Your Secret Crush on Jenny Jones. ROTC played it a little while back, but I remember I remember the like when it happened. But there was Jenny Jones had this guy on, and he had this secret crush, and he thought it was this fat girl that was a friend of his. It turned out it was his best friend, or like it was a good friend of his, and the dude was gay. And then like 3 days after the broadcast, the guy ended up murdering the gay guy.
Dope.
And it was a big deal. Like there was court, and they were trying to pin it on sue Jenny Jones and the company, and I think she ended up winning that lawsuit. But
Wow.
yeah, it was like huge news back in the 90s.
God damn, dude.
Yeah,
And it
well,
kind of was the beginning of the end of all of that shock TV shit.
well, I mean, I've always tried to run my streams like a radio show. I mean, granted, kind of like a, I wouldn't even say Howard Stern-esque, because I don't think I'm as OCD as Stern is. I'm certainly not as creepy as Stern is, but yeah, I've This whole Owen saga is the closest the Whitfield report has ever come to Stern. Just complete and total madness.
I did a Stern bit. I did a Stern bit last night. Well, I guess 2 days ago now. Mundane Matt. That's who it was.
Yeah.
Thank you, Soraya. But yeah, I did the what the hell was Jesse Jackson saying on Friday.
Oh yeah, I was there for that.
It was
so
fucking fun.
that was.
I'm
so.
like, I'm gonna go pull old clips of Jesse, man. We're gonna make that a thing. I don't care. I'll rip Stern off. I don't mind.
I was like, oh shit. I'm like, Semper's gonna get banned for racism. So
how is that racism?
Because
that's called making fun of somebody's speech impediment.
It's not in my mind, but I mean, hell, you criticize Jesse Jackson, they're going to call it racism because, you know.
Yeah, I gotta have at least 1,000 people sub before I can really be gone after in regards of YouTube.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Although one of my recent vids got banned in the UK, or shadow banned, I should say, by an ISP over there. So.
Oh well, I mean, if we're talking about getting banned worldwide, I did have one video. My criticism of the rewind this year got jacked because of a song. So.
Yep.
But other than that, they haven't screwed me too hard. I get claimed all the time, but outside of that, but you know, I click the days of getting claimed being a bad thing are over. Nobody gets click money anymore.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
not getting any money.
So I probably won't even monetize my channel when I do get to 1,000.
I always refuse to monetize my channel, bro. I can't take money from what I do. Yeah. I might have monetized my channel, dude, back when I did actual fucking streams. But, dude, I can't even stream now, dude, without people fucking with me, dude. Like, I just... Not like, oh, I'm gonna troll you, but people being like, we're gonna come to your fucking house and you're a baby murderer. I'm like, you're fucking crazy.
Not
crazy.
No, Jesse, I'm going for more of an Adam Carolla vibe than Howard Stern. I think Stern's a weirdo, honestly. So
old school Stern was good. He's unlistenable now.
Yeah, old school Stern was good, but
he's been unlistenable since he fucking got off the radio because I don't have XM.
Well, right when he went to satellite, I was torrenting it. And I worked. I was working for a hospital for their help desk. I was working overnights, and so I would listen to his entire show. It was while I was in college, and so I would be driving all over Southern California, and so I would listen to his whole show every day. But I would download them, and so I was a couple of days behind. But yeah, no, I used to listen to him a lot. But that was back when he was good. I tried to I watched some of his clips on YouTube, and it's just watered down shit now. And Robin's gotten old. She looks disturbing.
Who else listened to Loveline?
Me, I found a couple of the old Loveline things. Adam and Drew are great. So especially Drew now that he's pissed off about coronavirus. So,
dude, the weirdest fucking call I ever heard on there, dude. Like, I heard some follow up to it recently that I never did. So this dude called in and he's like, my wife died and I'm having sex with my daughter's corpse. And it was like, whoa, what? Like, yeah, dude, I stuffed my daughter's corpse in the bedroom. And Adam was like, this is fake. This is fucking bullshit. Hang up. Hang up. And Drew's like, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. So they talked to him, dude, for like 15 minutes. And then they took another call. And the whole time they're like, want to keep him on the phone and shit. And so they can call somebody to get there and fucking whatever. So you never heard anything else about it. And like, so I always thought about that episode and shit. And like, I have to look it up, dude, because Adam recently followed up to it. Somebody asked him about it on his show. And he's
And
like,
it ended
fuck
up
yeah.
being legit.
Yeah, he's all, yeah, fuck.
Yeah.
That was real.
Dude, there's some fucking crazy people. There were a couple people on Coast to Coast that were
Yeah.
psycho people that turned out to be like literal whistleblowers that nobody knew they were whistleblowing. They just thought they were crazy.
Dude, yeah. Yeah. It's wild, bro. It's fucking wild, man.
Yeah, no, one of my new favorite bits that Adam does with his co-host Gina is they do role playing where she imitates Nancy Grace, and he'll ask her stupid questions as Nancy Grace. It's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, I've been
So,
hearing that chick's name come up all over the place lately.
that's because she's new. She's Adam's new co-host.
Oh, is that what it is? It's a
yeah,
media influence thing.
yeah, slash news girl, and she's also
Wait, Nancy Grace, isn't she like a fucking Martha Stewarty type of lady?
well, not the actual Nancy Grace. I'm talking about Gina Grad, but yeah, Nancy Grace is basically Martha Stewart if Martha Stewart were like a judge on TV or something like that.
Yeah, no, Martha Stewart's like fucking parolee dude hanging out with Snoop Dogg. That's not a joke. That's real, dude. It's fucking real, bro. And welcome to 2020, dude.
No, I know that. No, I know that's what makes it funny. So
it's weird how the fucking world turns out, man. Fucking bizarre.
I don't know. The reason why I don't like Kurt Stern is because, believe it or not, current day Stern gives me Vox Day vibes. So
what he goes around telling everybody how smart he is and telling everybody he's an Olympic sprinter and in a UFC quality caliber MMA guy.
Yeah, well, and he has like a younger, hotter wife too. So
Fox is Elizabeth Warren's fucking grandson.
For real?
For real. That's where he got the Indian from, bro.
all 1 in 1024.
Yep.
Which again, the 1024 number makes me feel that whole deal was manufactured.
Oh, it totally was.
1024 is a binary number. Like it's 200 or 64, 128, 256, 512, 1024. It's all computed. Like that's how it's just doubling the number, but that's all RAM, all it's very, very computer. Like the 1024 always bothered me with that 1 in 1024 Indian thing. It just, the number was just too specific to the IT world because everything is calculated by doubling, and it bothered me to no end.
I could have sworn 1 in 1024 was a Tool song.
I
don't know. I'd have to listen to Tool to know that.
Let me
see. You have a band T-shirt on that, Johnny?
Let me see what you're referring to, because I have Tool on my phone here.
It was a joke, bro.
Yeah, but you're not far off.
You'll get it when you look at the fucking CD or whatever it is.
40. It would have been funny if Elizabeth had 46 and 2% Native American. So.
Yeah, well, The joke still works. Stop fucking ruining it.
You screwed it up, Sam.
That's gonna be the next thing I'm gonna get Owen to spiral about is I'm gonna get him to listen to Tool albums and find subliminal
So do me a
subliminal
favor, go into
messages.
your vast library of Nickelback and give me some information too.
No, thanks. I don't listen to gay music like that.
Dude,
So.
Well, I mean, you were
Nickelback's the
talking about
shit. You
Tool,
know how
so I
many hit
figured we'd go
songs they
Nickelback.
have, bro? Come on, dude. They're the Black Sabbath of our time, dude. Canadian Black Sabbath, bro.
I had a girlfriend in high school who was obsessed with Nickelback.
Are those
so
Nickelback lyrics?
pretty? It sounds like Nickelback lyrics, pretty much.
I know it does.
Do
Dude,
you look at her photograph and every time you do it makes you laugh?
Yeah. So I also had a girlfriend who looked exactly like Taylor Swift at one
oh my God.
point.
You were dating a cat?
I'm well. That's kind of what she turned into after high school. So,
She looks like a cat. I'm sorry, she does.
She looks like
yeah.
Taylor Swift.
Yes, she looks like
Can
a
I have her
cat.
phone number?
Sure.
Is she cool?
If you want it, she's diamond level in MK Ultra, but if you want it, go ahead.
Yeah.
She's a presidential model. Feel free.
I mean, my ex-girlfriend is kind of like crazy obsessed, but the thing it is you might actually be able to deal with her, Johnny, because she's crazy, but she's not Owen crazy. So.
Oh, well, that's a bonus. Not Owen crazy. Great.
That is
So-
not a compliment.
So I mean, the Earth is flat, but the moon is real.
No, the moon is flat and the Earth is real.
But our nuke's fake. Is
Um,
JFK gay?
Hey, listen.
Listen, the moon landing is a
Don't say
fucking-
negative things
all right?
about Lim. You hear me?
I will not have friends who believe we landed on the moon. I will not associate with those people. I mean, God, how do you come back from?
If you try to avoid things like the flu, I don't feel you should exist on this earth.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you wipe
Why?
a table before you eat off of it, you should not be able to breathe.
Make babies. Look at
mean,
my baby goat.
I mean, here I am at the grocery store, just minding my own business, hanging out with the wife and the kid, and here you come with your little fucking wipies on the thing because you don't want to touch something 9,000 nasty ass fucking people have touched. So you, sir, do not deserve to breathe.
Do you
Whoa!
understand
Whoa!
around the grocery store? Yeah, dude, people follow me too around the grocery store like all the time. With the cart and all their shit. You see when I'm standing in line, it's really fucking scary.
Oh, give me one name of a dead person. Yeah, that's his other thing is give me a name. So
to which my first question was, okay, well, I'll give you a name of a person who died from the coronavirus the second you give me one of the names of these children who are dying because of the economy. Give me a name, buddy.
You give me one name of a child who died of a gummy dick, and we'll talk.
Just give me the name of somebody who would send gummy dicks. That would be good.
Hugh Hefner. Oh wait, he's dead. He's dead now. So
Like one thing those gummy dicks killed is Nimmer's fucking career. Or
Are
a
you sure? Are you
dude, he,
sure Nimmer didn't kill Nimmer's career?
no, I think Chuck did it.
No,
Chuck
Chuck
did
was
it.
most certainly the silver bullet.
Chuck put a boot in his asshole, and then he like squashed it like it was dog shit. And he fucking lifted it up, looked at it, fucking put it back down, tried to wipe it the fuck off for 5 minutes. He squashed him.
Yeah, no,
Squashed
he did a number to
He had to spray him off his fucking boot.
him. Well, that's sometimes your Icarus gets too close to the sun, right? And I know the sun's a hologram. Or the moon. Is it the moon or the sun that's a hologram? One of them's a hologram. I don't know. Maybe they both are.
Sometimes somebody steals a bike.
I don't even know what the hologram thing is. It was like I was so far gone by then. It was just like I'm sorry, what? Oh, okay, I can't do this.
Well, we're living in a simulation, guys. The Matrix is real,
Hey,
guys.
listen, Sam, I can make a very compelling case that I can make just as a compelling case that we are in the Matrix than that you are literally standing in your house right now.
I can prove Mandela effect.
Do what?
I can prove the Mandela effect is real.
Oh, can you?
Yep. Do you guys remember back when Nimmer was in the Marines?
I could have sworn it was only maps.
Right. How many fucking tours?
Well, so are you familiar with how going into the Marine Corps works, Johnny? Because you might
No,
not
I
be
mean,
getting the
no.
joke when I say maps.
No.
Okay, so
No dude comes to your house and he buys you a bunch of packs of
Yeah,
cigarettes and he just,
so
come
here's
on,
what happens.
sign up, dude.
This guy who will inevitably lie to you and get you to sign up into the Marine Corps as a grunt with the promise that you can make a lap move once you finish the school, once you get out of boot camp before you go into the School of Infantry, will come and talk to you, and he'll say, you can sign up and you can go into the military, right? And you'll go, you know what? I'm just kind of spinning my wheels right now. I don't have anything going. I'm lazy as shit. I don't really care. I look at everybody around me and everybody's just fucking stupid. And so I know I can go into the workforce and just destroy them. And that's before you realize that the workforce is set up to promote people who are not as intelligent. And so you just sit there and spin your wheels and you go, fuck, I got to do something. So you make the decision to go talk to this guy, and you walk into the recruiting office and you sit down and you talk to him, and he says, okay, I'm going to get you sign up. And then you take your pen and then you sign up for the entry program, which is what I refer to when I say MEPS. Now, MEPS can be anywhere between a year to 6 months to a few weeks, depending on how long it takes you to actually get over to either MCRD or Camp Lejeune, right? So you sign up for MEPS. Well, once you put your signature on there, you have signed a contract to the military. So you are technically in the military, but you haven't shipped out to go to boot camp. So you're not a Marine yet, but you have basically signed your soul to the military.
Is there any way at that point to kill 27 motherfuckers?
Not yet. I mean, you can, but it's illegal. So you go through this MEPS program, which is really just showing up to the recruiting depot and then running with them to where they can get you in weight and get you to where you're running a 3 mile in under 30 minutes. And then you take your test, you go and do the ASVAB, and then you get placed and they set you an MOS, and then you go into the, you get on a plane, you go.
Did you say 3 miles in 30 seconds? I mean, 30 minutes?
Yeah, that's the worst. That you have to be under 30 minutes, otherwise you'll fail out.
Okay.
So that's the lowest you can get on your PFT is 30 minutes. So they make sure that you're within that. Most people are over that, but sometimes you got fat bodies that they got to get under. So you'll spend 2 or 3 or 4 months, but you're technically considered a part of that. So if I spend you have 2 years of inactive reserve. So if I spend a year in MEPS, that counts towards my inactive reserve. So if I spend a year in MEPS, when I get out of the military, I only have to spend a year in inactive reserve where they can recall me if there's something that goes on. So it's technically you're part of the military. So when you got that FOIA request back, it showed that he was in MEPS, but he never actually shipped out to boot camp. Now, there's only a couple of ways you do that. If you commit a crime while you're in MEPS, they will kick you out. You can't really back out of it once you sign that contract. So if you pop on a piss test, they will kick you out of MEPS. Or if you, because I don't think he got into boot camp, if I remember right. You can also get basically shoved out with other than honorable discharge if you like fail out of boot camp. But my theory is he probably popped on drugs. He probably smoked weed, popped on a piss test, and got booted out of MEPS. But he definitely went to MEPS. So he tried to go into the Marine Corps. So unless his physical, they found something that was abnormal, flat feet, knee problem, that type of stuff, or if he popped for drugs, or if he committed some type of felony or crime while he was in MEPS. So he did try to go. He just never got there.
Man, I always say I would have made a badass in the military if they just let me smoke weed, bro.
Dude, I watched a lot of people in the fleet get popped on a piss test and get booted out with other non-honorable.
Yeah,
but
bro.
I think it's only other non-honorable for like 6 months though, and then it goes up to honorable.
I don't know. Just put me in a
I'm not
helicopter
sure
and give me a
I
fucking
kicked
joint, bro. Let's do this. I will fucking go to war.
Yeah, no, it's not very fun.
They don't just hand dudes helicopters there. It's fucked up, dude.
No, it's well, you don't get to fly it, but I did get to spy rig. That was cool, which is just hanging off of a rope on the back of a CH-36.
Yeah,
cool.
bro. Like, I don't know. Like, I guess I envisioned Vietnam where like dudes don't want to go fly helicopters and shit. And then like, yeah, they don't have that anymore. Like, everybody wants to be a fucking helicopter pilot.
Right. You have to be an officer to do that shit.
You gotta be smarter than me, boy.
I know a lot of stupid people that went to college.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So do I.
I know a lot of stupid people who are history majors too. What?
That's not me.
Well, some stupid people with goats.
I know stupid people who are married with 2 kids.
Hey, I was married with 2 kids, asshole.
Not you. No.
Well, I'm not anymore.
No, your kids are cool. Although
yeah, my kids are awesome.
Although you don't want me getting a hold of Ramen, otherwise he'll be going another political YouTuber. And
no, he's a good kid. That one, he cracks me up, man.
Like, I mean, kids are cool until they shit their pants on an airplane. Not fucking cool anymore.
I have never had a kid that's cool enough to shit his pants on an airplane.
Well, consider myself lucky then.
I mean, I guess no. We were on an airplane when he was like a year old, so he probably shit his pants on the airplane then. So I'll relay the cool points to him, Johnny. Johnny thinks you're cool because you shit your pants on an airplane. I'm gonna do that the next Z stream. I'm gonna go, hey, tell him about that time you shit your pants on an airplane.
It's not freak out. It's cool. It's everybody you had to walk past to change that shit.
That's shitting your pants is the coolest. If shitting your pants the coolest, then you just call me Miles Davis.
Yeah. I'm stuck on that fucking plane.
It happens. What are you gonna do? Now you get called a terrorist for it.
Fucking A.
It's like you can strip search me, but I don't recommend it.
Dude, I was just at the airport, bro. It's coronavirus central, man.
I have no doubt. Everywhere's coronavirus. God, oh Jesus.
I'm
It's fucked up.
in Florida. We're really coronavirus central. So
Homemade
yeah,
homemade ramen got an extra week of spring break. Like they extended his spring break. He's thrilled.
oh dude, that's nothing. I got 2 weeks extended spring break. So
Yeah, I'm out of school. Fuck you.
Unfortunately, I work at a place that is not going to shut down. In fact, it'll get more hours if this thing starts popping off. I'm like, damn it.
Yeah, I just got paid to go on spring break. Now I'm back to work. Ugh.
the bummer is since spring. The bummer is though is like all the beaches are closed down and whatnot for spring break. So
Not where I was.
Oh no,
I guess.
kids can't go and make fools of themselves on video. No.
Are they closing them down because they can't have a certain number of people together?
yep.
Damn, dude.
So this
They're
was
really gonna do. What do you guys think about that, man? Do you think they're really gonna fucking take our money and our fucking freedom of assembly forever?
I said that tonight that they're gonna end up passing one of those Patriot Act laws for assembly. It's gonna happen, and it started to make sense. It's like this might explain why all of the big media, new media, old media, everybody was putting so much fucking coverage on that on the Antifa shit. They're gonna pass a bill that I'm telling you, they're gonna pass a fucking bill that is gonna try to be one of those. For the time being, we have to limit federally the number of people who can assemble. But once this is all done, we'll rescind it, just like they did the fucking Patriot Act. I'm telling you, it's coming. And why 250? Because think about that. 250 people assemble. Somebody's infected with, COVID or whatever. They make contact with the other 250. Within 24 hours, it's going to turn into 25,000 infected because those people are going to go and infect 10 other people.
Yeah. Yeah,
So,
basically everybody in the whole country is going to get infected whether we like it or not.
And then you got people, it's going to turn into the zombie apocalypse. And I'm like, well, okay. And I get the science behind it, the blood-brain barrier, the medulla, all that stuff, and that it's affected. So, okay, let's say that happens. Don't expect my military service to benefit you because much like people in The Walking Dead, if there's a zombie apocalypse, I'm fucking opting out of this bitch. I'm not doing the rotting flesh, watching my loved ones die like I'm fucking Morgan. No. I'm going to fucking opt out.
What are they talking? Zombies? There's no zombies.
Okay, so there is, and again, you got to have faith in what you put stock in as far as studies and stuff like that. But there is a study out there that is showing that if it passes through the blood-brain barrier, it can affect your medulla, which affects your involuntary breathing and mood and temperament and stuff like that, right? So when they say you could stop breathing, they're talking about that. But in that same area that it infects is the stuff like that mouse that gets that parasite that affects its judgment because ultimately it wants to be in the predator, and so the mouse goes and starts just attacking cats and shit, right?
Oh my god! So the fucking turpentine.
The worms, yeah. No, it's the worms. The worms are making you do everything. The worms in the pornos.
So wait, so they're saying that shit could fucking just make you go wild and like bath salts?
it's a legitimate report. Like it's a legitimate medical report. And so what
Dope.
people are doing is they're taking the breathing apparatus, saying it's around that area, and they're saying that this could be an indication of why people are licking buttons and doorknobs and stuff like that, because the virus is trying to propagate itself. It's plausible. I mean, it is. It's plausible. That doesn't mean that it's happening or it's going to happen, but it's plausible. So what I have to do is look at it and say, okay, let's say it's true. Let's say it'll happen. If that shit happens and we go into a scenario like the Crazies or the Walking Dead or something like that, if that happens, I'm fucking opting out. I'm taking my Walther, I'm gonna put it inside of my head, and I'm gonna be done. Like I'm not living through that shit voluntarily. It's not going to happen. I don't want to live in a world like that. I don't. I'll opt out.
Not even for a little while, dude. You don't even have a couple people on the list before you.
So take Morgan in The Walking Dead, right? He had a wife, he had a kid, he had a decent life, he was happy. And then the zombie apocalypse came. His wife got clipped. So when what's his face? The main guy, I can't think of his name. When he met him, he was, trying to come to grips with losing his wife and protecting his kids and figuring out how to live. And then his son ends up dying. And so now he's this nomad going all over the fucking place. And, he's against death and then he's for death and his life was shit. He went crazy and then he came back. It's like, I don't want to fucking do that shit. There is like 2 of the original people on that fucking show. I'm not watching everybody I care about fucking die and turn into zombies. It's not gonna happen. I'm just gonna fucking opt out.
But dude, Nate might save the world though.
You might, but I won't be here to see it because I'm gonna fucking opt out. Dude, I don't want to live in a world where I don't want to live in a world where I walk outside and all I smell is rotting flesh. That's a shitty life. No, I will opt out. I mean, and God's not going to get mad at me when I get the, hey, you shot yourself in the head. Well, you let the fucking zombie apocalypse happen, so we're even. Let me in.
I mean, we could go take over Ursa Manor first.
Well, you guys go to Ursa Manor. I'm taking over Hollywood. So
I'm telling you, I'll stand at the gate with my handwritten apology letter, and I'll read it out loud.
I take it back, Johnny. I will stay for a little while just to see the fun streams. It's because there will be some very, very interesting. There will be some very interesting bear streams right as the zombie apocalypse starts to happen.
Dude, you're about to see some really interesting ones. These fucking threatening Vox with personal feelings about Amy and the baby. So he was talking about Amy and the baby and shit and how they have to have it. Whatever, his wife might die if the hospital's closed, and there's people out there that are rooting for that.
Yeah, the Bergen thing. Okay, yeah, no, it should. This is how it starts.
Yeah.
At least this is how it starts with other. I mean, I'm not telling you anything you don't know, but this is how it started with everybody else. It started with light criticism and saying, they won't care. They won't care. They don't care what I say.
Yep. So, and Vox has pretty much had enough, dude. Vox went at him the other day. Owen went back at him, and he's like, "Don't fuck with me." And
how in these clips, Johnny, you're deficient. I don't watch it. Yeah, I have to watching Vox is like shoving hot pokers into my eyeballs.
I know, but the thing that you got to remember is I sit through this shit for a reason.
And I know. I rely on you to be able to see the Vox stuff because even when I want to get full context, I can't watch a full Vox stream. And just I can't.
I can't usually either. I have a lot of times where I'll sit and I'll listen to part of it and go away and do something else for a while and come back to it. And I'll do that 3 or 4 times.
Like when it's a Saturday and you have absolutely nothing to do and you sit down and try to watch a movie, but you keep falling asleep and then you wake back up and you put it back to where the last thing you remember and then 10 minutes later you fall asleep. That's how I am with Fox.
Yeah. Yeah, I try to listen to this shit like when I'm working out or doing something that I'm not like sitting around. It helps.
See, I can
Owen
listen to
shit though,
I can
he's
listen
on
to
edge.
because it's just you know, it's a train wreck usually when I'm listening to Owen at this point. But
Oh
Vox
yeah.
like super douchey all of his streams, and I can't even ironically I can't watch super streams. I can't handle it. Who just snorted a line of coke?
Yeah, right?
Was that you, Sam?
Yeah, well, it's like it's 5:30 or so. I got to do something to
Are
stay
you
up.
pushing up your CP pills and snorting them?
Yeah, Jesus Christ. We're about to hit 5 hours. I'm going to bed.
I need to go to bed too.
Yeah.
Be, take that, Alex Jones. You think you're so big streaming for 4 hours?
Drive anywhere, Sam. If you're
There you
gonna,
go, Owen. There's another 5 hour stream for you to cry about for a fucking year. Faggot.
Gu- guys, that cripple made fun of me again, and he
You
has
gamblers just stream
God,
about me for 5 hours. Shut the fuck up.
told you that Simper was gonna talk shit about me nonstop, guys. I told you he was gamma.
I told you to go over and hang out with those other dudes.
I'm batting 1,000.
Guys, I can see the future. I can see auras. My mom told me so.
I bat 1,000 because I make 9 million predictions, but I only pick the ones that were successful. Oh, it's
Yep.
1,000, even though I've gotten 10 times that wrong. You just don't
Yep.
remember because I shove it down my memory hole. You're fucking banned.
What's the date today? Right now it's March 15th,
Yes.
2:30. So we have 20 fucking 1.5 hours until the 1 year anniversary of unauthorized .tv.
Ooh. Ooh. Do we get
Count.
streaming?
I'm buying
Yeah,
Spark. I don't know about you guys, but it's gonna be a fucking party around here.
yeah.
I might mention a happy birthday. I might log on, like I might do a stream Monday just so I can tell a happy birthday to unauthorized.
Yeah,
Unironically, happy birthday to unironic.
it's a special day for them. How many platforms last a whole year when they're first starting out?
I know.
It's a big, big day. I mean, they haven't done anything they said they were going to do. And I mean, they're pretty much in a worse spot than they were when they started. But
Startups are
but
hard.
hey, you know what? That membership button works, and that's what matters. It's fucking great to make fun of,
It's
but
the Joker
I'm not
Batman.
going to support him.
It's the Joker Batman scene in the Dark Knight where he goes, I don't hate you. I need you. You complete me. Like I don't want you kicked off. What?
The fuck am I going to make fun of then?
It's so much fun to
Like
point out certain things every once in a while. You're not going to be my whole channel, but I mean,
Right.
when you say stupid shit, I'm going to laugh at it. Come on.
when he comes out as gay, then I might be done. But until I drag his ass out of that fucking closet, kicking and screaming.
That was one of my favorite South Park episodes. Was
Tom,
Tom Cruise in the closet.
yeah.
Awesome. Sadly, it was also the one where Chef went rogue, but the episode wasn't. But that was the episode that pissed off Isaac Hayes because they made fun of Scientology.
Oh yeah.
God,
Oh yeah.
episode. It's like, wait a minute, you have literally Jesus interacting with Hanky the Christmas poo, but he talks about, and then you got the Muhammad episode, but he talks about Scientology, and that's where you draw your line. Okay, all right,
Yeah.
no, it's
Yeah.
there.
I mean, dude, when you gotta pay to be in a fucking club, you know, that's how they get you, bro. That's how they hook you. Because then you've invested. You have investment.
Whoa. So you're telling me, Johnny, that if you pay money to be in a club, that there's a very large possibility it could be a cult? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and I'm not saying that all cults are bad, though. I mean, some of them are actually pretty healthy. But the ones where you don't know where the money's going and one person seems to be benefiting from all of the donations, and you don't really know what's happening with the money,
Well, but
that might be a cult. You
can
might be in a cult.
but can you really call it a cult?
I can call it a cult if the guy who's getting the money tells you that he can predict things, and
No,
because he can predict things, he can then minimize your feeling of fear. I would
no.
call that a cult.
Look, I will only call something a cult when it gets to the level to where your leader is promoting that you drink things that could potentially kill you. That's the only way I would refer to something as a cult. So
I mean, there's that. There's when the leader gets you to drink poison or tells you that I mean, it's fine for a 20-year-old man to marry a 13-year-old girl. That kind of thing might be a cult. It might be a cult.
that's on the line. I mean, it really just depends on what society you're in and what time frame it is. I mean, come on, you're making
Right. I mean, if for instance, like a year from now, I invited a bunch of you to come live on my land, and I wanted to sleep with your daughter, you'd be cool with it, right?
I don't have a daughter, so joke's on you, Arcade.
how nice is the house that's on the land, Johnny? I mean, come on.
Well, I mean, I'm your cult leader, so I'll kick you out of the cult if you say no.
Talking about a trailer, or are we talking about like a nice, not something that's custom, but like maybe one of those little McMansion houses that they like
Well, I
to.
mean, everybody's gonna get a nice little square house.
Can I pet your dog at least every day?
You can have a dog.
Yeah,
It's not mine.
I just want to pet yours. So
Yeah, I mean, you can pet him. You can pet him, but I'm gonna bang your wife.
well,
I'm a little. I don't know. We're just gonna have to disagree. Agree to.
If you disagree with me, you disagree with God because I am the messenger from God.
Oh shit.
And if you disagree with God, that's pretty bad when it comes to an end times cult, you see, because there will be a collapse. And when there's a collapse, bad things happen to people who lie.
Oh shit.
Man, I know how much porn you've been looking at, mister.
I have your search history.
Mm. Yeah, it's a fucking cult, dude. It's
I
a
don't know.
fucking cult.
Jury's still out on that one, sir.
I mean, the thing about a cult is like you don't even have to know that you're starting one to start one, but once it's there, you know, it's there.
Yeah,
I
but
don't think that he meant to start one, but he was born to be one.
he got the word warlord confused with cult leader. So he's
I
the
mean,
unintentional warlord.
that's what happens when you study Hitler and you're fascinated by Hitler's power. And then you get some. Oh boy.
Well, look, can you really say someone is fascinated by Hitler if they're, not like doing shit like burning books or, telling, telling people that they shouldn't even exist, anymore.
I mean, dude, if you go back to his early streams, his Why Didn't They Laugh, dude, he talks about Hitler incessantly. Like he is fascinated with Hitler and the rise of Hitler and how he controlled people and how he's fascinated by him. Like that was his.
That's
What
not
you,
shocking
yeah.
because he's pretty much emulated the entire arc, starting with with a starting with a very good intentions
Yeah.
and creating a community of people who want to be connected and actually spending time and effort to get to know them, and then realizing, wow, I don't have to put up with this shit, I'll get rid of this person, and then, oh wow, that was easy. And then meeting somebody like, I don't know, and in reference to Hitler, I don't think things really got bad with Hitler until he met that Himmler guy. And then once he met that Himmler guy, like it was like he turned into this fucking horrible, evil person who would just put a round through the back of somebody's head because they disagreed with him, you know.
Well, when you have a guy like Coddington filtering information to you, you suddenly become very fucking paranoid of everybody around you because you think everybody's trying to take your power. It's, you know, like it's a weird. Like, dude, I've looked at it a lot, and listening to Owen describe it, I think I did a video on it recently, but he was describing like how how leaders like that get people to fucking kill for them. And it's like every tactic that he uses.
Yeah,
It's
no,
it's
it's
it's amazing. It almost makes me wonder if he has like in his mind, like deep in his mind, like some ultimate fucking like knowledge of what he's doing, and like he gets off on the power of controlling people and basically running a Hitler simulation.
see,
Like he
I don't,
enjoys it.
in all seriousness, I don't feel like he cognitively gets it. I think that he's progressively gone. I think he's justified it so much. I think that he looks at, well, everybody has attacked me, so if I feel like I'm being attacked, then I'm justified in just eliminating them because this is my little world now. And
Yeah.
I don't think he cognitively. I think it literally is the arc of a dictator. It's somebody like a Bernie Sanders who has all these ideas, wants to help people, that type of stuff. Oh, I want to make sure everybody's comfortable and free and they have everything. And initially they'll stand, down at that level, but then piece by piece, little concession by little concession, it becomes so easy that your entire perception shifts. And it's not that you feel you can eliminate people, it's that you feel justified in the people that you're eliminating. Whereas when you're on the outside looking in, when you're standing away from it and you're viewing it, you're going, it's the same thing as people, slowly getting into drugs and stuff like that, or somebody who cheats that didn't set out to cheat on somebody. You start flirting with someone, and then they're very complimentary. You have a fight with your wife, and then you're like, well, she doesn't treat me like that, and so you go out and you're having drinks with her, and then you don't just wake up one day and go, I'm going to smoke crack and get a bunch of hookers. It's always, you get to that.
Sam?
Yeah,
You
Sam. You get to that point and you look around and you go, how the fuck did I get here?
the crack part is a solid no, but but like I said, you guys can take over Samantha. I'm gonna go take over the Playboy Mansion, and we'll see who has more fun in the end times. So
Well, I
So
mean, you are the king of CP, right?
so let me ask
uh,
you, Semper, what do you think the end will be for Owen's little internet
I don't
soiree?
think it will be. I think he will be able to find enough people to sustain. Because when I do go back into D Live because again, I don't trust you motherfuckers, Johnny. So when I see a clip,
You
when
can trust us at this point, bro.
No, I don't trust. No, I don't. I mean, I don't trust your clips. No, let me rephrase. I don't trust your clips. So when I see a clip and it's fucking boom, I go okay, but I have to see the whole thing in context because I don't trust those motherfuckers with their clips. So I go and watch it in context. Some of them, I go, well, it's way out of context, and some of them, it's like, holy shit, how did you miss this part, Johnny? Holy fuck. But I'll go in and I'll see the chat, and I hardly know any of the names bears anymore, and I'm only like a month and a half out of this shit.
Yeah.
And so I look and I see maybe 10 names in the chat that I actually know. Everybody else is new. And so that's what'll happen. I mean, you saw it with you, once you guys were gone, new people came in, and so he'll always be able to shift and find a place. It ain't going down. So
You don't think something bad will happen with unauthorized?
if it does, he'll move somewhere else. He'll find somebody else. It'll be because unauthorized is a little bit different because it's the only way he can get a pair. So what'll happen is either him or Coddington will start courting somebody who has the technological ability to do that, and then it'll be kind of like that. The girl who stays with the guy until she has the next person lined up, and then she makes a lateral move from the person that she's with to the other person, but she won't leave the person she's with until she can make that lateral move. It's kind of the same concept. So if he's going to do that, he'll find somebody who can set up a pair and be able to continue. And hey, more power to him. I don't fault him for making money. If you're telling everybody you have no money, and I can calculate on the low end of the calculation, I can calculate $800,000 a year, then we got to start talking about whether you're being honest or not. But
Yeah.
if you're making $1 million a year, if you're making 30, 60, $80,000 a month because you're just that good at what you do, then more power to you. I don't hate somebody for that. I'm like, fuck it. Well, you're better than me, but I don't think he'll always have a percentage of committed audience. It'll cycle, it'll shift, but and it'll be different people all the time, but he'll always have a base. The guy's got talent.
What do you think the ratio is of people that like him to fucking people that are just waiting for the inevitable collapse?
That watch him currently?
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of people that watch him. I think a good portion of that 260,000 was people who didn't watch anything at all because he was part of the whole conservative grift thing for a while. And then when he wasn't, they just didn't unsubscribe. But I think I would say that it's probably 2-1 engaged bears versus people who are watching him just because he's a train wreck. But that's what made Howard Stern. I mean, he put it in private parts. In private parts, he's talking to his ratings guy, and what is his? What the fuck is his name? I love that guy, Ribisi. Giovanni Ribisi, is that his name? Whoever the guy that played Pig Virus, he was talking to the ratings guy, and he was like, "What are the ratings for the people who love, or what are the ratings for these people?" And he's like, "Well, they say the people who love him, they say that they want to hear what he has to say next." And he goes, "And what about the people who hate him?" He goes, "Well, they actually listen for twice as long." And he goes, "Twice as long, but they hate him. Well, why are they watching him?" And he goes, "Most common answer, because they want to see what he's going to say next." And so, for Stern, the haters is what got him the highest ratings that he had. And so, it's not necessarily a bad thing if you're 2-1, but I would be willing to wage that it's at least 2-1.
What do you think the consequences of what he's doing are going to be on his family?
I don't know. See, I try to stay away from that. I think he genuinely cares about his kids and loves his kids, and I think he's a flawed person like everybody else is. But I mean, I don't see I don't see his marriage the way a lot of you guys see his marriage. I think he's got something there with Amy and the kids and stuff like that. One of the things I love the most about watching some of the streams was watching his family. So, I tend to stay out of that. I don't wish him any ill will when it comes to his family,
Oh, I don't either. I'm just asking.
or not
Would
ill
you
will.
think like
I hope he's successful
vacation
with his
be?
family because I think his
I mean, it's
I
going to be
personally
obvious
think
social ramifications for his kids.
um
Oh, your dad's the moon guy.
that's a hard thing. But it just really depends on the way it goes because I'm extremely careful about I try to look at what I say and do online from the perspective of how my kids would see it, as far as would they be embarrassed with their friends by the stuff I say and do online. And I think in regards to Owen, I think that there's enough of an ability to say, he's kind of intriguing and more of the mainstream type of personality that younger people will uh be more drawn to. So I don't know that there's going to be a lot of social, at least from their peers. You might have uh disgusting people who decide that they're going to come after somebody's kids, um but I don't. As far as their peers at school, I mean, I would be um this whole chatter bait. What's all the other sites? The um fans only or only fans or whatever it is. I think that you know women who are doing that and then they have kids, when their kids turn into teenagers and their friends are jerking off, they're going to run into the kid's mom at some point because the internet's forever. And that would be horrifying for a child, but I don't think Owen's at that level in regards to people just looking at it and being like, wow, this is a train wreck, because they're not going to be involved in it. Owen's not going to turn on those people, so I think they'll see it in the same manner the Bears did. I don't think his I don't think his system that he's got going, as far as the land and having kind of a closer knit family, even if he's kind of separate and withdrawn or whatever, and I'm not saying he is, but even if he were, you still have that close type of family where he's home all the time. So for me, that was because my dad worked constantly. He was always on projects in different countries and stuff like that. And so uh, that affected me a lot. And the only thing that I really wanted was, hey, it'd be cool if you were here all the time. That'd be awesome. And they at least have that. So, I don't think his online persona and his offline at home persona are the same. I think that he handles his family a lot differently than he handles his subs. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So, but I don't want to. I mean, I try not to speculate on that. You know, I hope that I hope that the way I believe he is with his wife and his kids is the truth. I hope that that's how it is, because that I think I mean, I've watched Walter grow up on camp. I mean, I've watched him from almost the time that he was born. But I mean, I watched video of him taking steps, and and so I like that kid. I watched him get into monster trucks and talk about it and stuff like that. And
Tell
so
me about it, bro. I named my dog Walter.
yeah, so I mean, I think that kid's awesome. So I hope that he does well. I hope that everything is is the way that I believe it is, and I hope it doesn't go the other way. So
Yeah, let's hope not.
and if Owen's got his head stuck up his ass and he's treating his family the way that some other people believe that he's treating them, then I hope he dislodges his head from his ass and turns that around. He doesn't have to turn around in the subs. He doesn't have to turn it around by realizing that he screws over people who were earnest people. I don't care about that. But if he's got his head lodged up his ass in regards to his family, then I hope he gets that redemption moment and unlodges it. I think his stopping and drinking was heavily involved with him caring about his family. I don't think it had so much to do with subs as much as I think that his family was the reason that he stopped drinking. And so if he can do that, then I hope he does it for everything. If there's other areas where he's broken, so. But I'm very family centric. Like my kids, I haven't dated in a long time, and it isn't because I'm not the greatest looking guy in the world, but I'm no schlub either. But I don't do that because I dedicate my time and my life to my family and kids. And anytime I've tried to date, it just I don't have enough time. So when it comes to family and kids, I always hope the best for them. I hate when I hear that shit doesn't work out in regards to family.
Yeah, I have to think though that the book burning of his children's books, that didn't help anything.
Well, that bothered me. Severely bothered me.
I wouldn't have cared if he had. I wouldn't have cared if he had done that, like, to his books, or to just random books. But
Yeah, but when my son brings me this book and he goes, "Dad, read the book," never again.
That broke my fucking heart. The idea that that could have been one of his favorite, and who knows, it may have just been a random book, but the idea of just that stream hurt. But,
yeah, and that's in Semper. That's why I'm not so optimistic about his kids, unfortunately. So,
well, I'll be optimistic for the both of us.
Yeah.
But, I mean, now that's not to say. I mean, we have and I'm gonna out myself with homemade ramen, so hopefully he never hears this. But we had this thing called disappearing stuff. So if it was a toy that was like ridiculously noisy that one of my asshole parents bought my kids, they might, not be around one day and then it just disappears. Usually it was reserved for broken toys. They want to play with the same broken toy all over the place, so you just kind of disappear it. And then I found out that it was happening to me later on, because I'd be like, where are all my undershirts? And I they were getting disappeared because they had holes in them. I'm like, it's an undershirt. It's literally under another shirt. Who cares if it has a hole in it?
What's
breaking that shirt? Damn.
What's homemade ramen's email address? So
I don't even know. That's how much I don't email.
And yet you work in IT. That's disappointing.
Former IT guy. I got tired of working 80 hours and only getting paid for 40 of them. So, but we called it disappearing. And I think he knows, to be honest. I think he's already heard it. But yeah, we used to disappear toys. But here's what broke. So I didn't really judge him for disappearing the book. I mean, look, if you don't agree with what's in the book, then you disappear it. But that wasn't what broke my heart. What broke my heart is that one day that Walter's going to be 12 or 13 or 14, and that video is going to be online. And when he looks at that and he watches how much satisfaction was being taken in destroying something, and it was one of his favorite books, that's going to change a kid's opinion on their parent, and that is what. And he may never ever, you may never communicate that to your dad, but it just sucks. I hated that stream. I really did. To the point
Yeah.
where I didn't like the videos making fun of it, because I just looked at it and went, God, what if that would be one of those things where, because I mean, we're all guys here, you know how it goes. We fuck with each other, we make fun of each other, and so you try to limit the amount of ammunition you give your buddies. Well, what happens when you're 16, 17 years old and you're talking shit with your friends, and then one of your friends finds that video and starts fucking with you? Your clip channel, Johnny, is not going to be anything compared to his buddy Steve, who starts clipping that out and being like,
yeah.
look what your fucking dad did to your favorite dinosaur book. That
Yep.
level of shit of getting one of your buddies to believe that they're a good singer, so they'll get up on like an American Idol and fucking make a fool of themselves. So I got you, bro. Love you. You fucking fag.
Yeah.
That's but unfortunately it's going to be a lot more real to him, especially if it were one of his favorite books. So I'm hoping that it was just a book that didn't get read much, and it wasn't that big of a deal. But God,
Well, I mean, here's the worst part, dude, is his friends are gonna pull up clips of his dad saying that his grandfather fucked his godfather, and
that'll be hard. So hey, maybe deplatforming and demonetization will actually work out, and by the time all the clip channels will be like, all right, we're done.
yeah, pretty much.
Let's shut this down. It's irrelevant now. But I don't know. There seems to be a new generation of people about once a year. So
Oh, dude, the new guys are fucking killing it, bro. Fuck killing it.
no. So
All right, it's been another half hour.
in the morning, I want to die. So
Yeah. So good night, everybody.
Good night, guys. Thanks for sticking around and watching us. So
Later.
later.
hey, everybody that's going to be watching and clipping this later and attacking everybody for it later.
Good luck. We'll
Good
come at
luck,
you.
Dang,
All right,
dang.
guys, thanks.